The Truth and the Truth app. Listen to The Truth with Sherwin Hughes every weekday from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m.
From the biggest plays on the court to the comments made in the locker room after, an in-depth recap of every Bucks game in 6 minutes. No more, no less. Bucks in 6 provides game recaps for every game. Hear the high-flying dunks from Giannis.
Puts it on the floor, spins down the lane, and plunges it through.
Or the deep threes from Dame.
Dame time has arrived with 107.
Bucks in 6 on the Bucks Plus audio network. Find it now on bucks.com/plus or on Spotify, Apple, and wherever you get your podcasts.
This is Sherwin Hughes from The Truth with Sherwin Hughes. And Truth Nation, you can now watch my show live on YouTube every day from 9 a.m. until noon. Yep, you can get 3 full hours of watching Sherwin doing his thing streaming live on YouTube Monday through Friday. You'll get the same insightful conversations about policy, politics, and lifestyle while also seeing my reaction to the unpredictability of our listeners. So go to YouTube right now, subscribe to 1017 The Truth, and see this wonderful smile live every day.
Truth Nation, let us talk our ish for a moment. There is no other station in the country where you get a front row seat to hear from some of the biggest names in politics, pop culture, and sports. People like Grammy Award winner John Legend.
Knowing that fight isn't over, knowing that we've got to stay motivated and stay inspired. Glory was a song that myself and Common wrote. 2 brothers from the Midwest, from Chicago and from Springfield, Ohio.
Oscar Award winning actor Don Cheadle.
I know that we're the bright, shiny thing that sometimes gets the attention, but I would say don't listen to celebrities. You don't have to listen to us. Listen to yourself.
And President Donald Trump's son, Don Jr.
When did we have a strong economy? And I don't think anyone with a straight face can say right now. And the reality, when you look at it, it's not even voting for my father. Look at the team that's now surrounding him.
Tap into the award-winning and nationally recognized 1017 The Truth by downloading the Truth app and streaming us live at 1017 The Truth on YouTube. Milwaukee Black Talk.
Communities in Southern California urgently.
Truth Nation! It's been a long time coming, but now each and every morning you can wake up to your
Truth Nation. We are excited to celebrate the 2025 Black Family Wellness Expo, which is happening now. Come on down to Thrive on King to receive basic healthcare services such as blood pressure checks and to learn your actual blood type. You can even make a blood donation today and save a life. Join our conversation as we broadcast live for the 2025 Black Family Wellness Expo presented by the Links Incorporated and in partnership with Verse City Blood Center of Wisconsin. Now, live from Thrive on King, here are your hosts, Benjamin and Dame Elsie.
Hey, that was beautiful. Hey, my name was in the intro. Jamie Elsie. Hey, I love it, bro. Yes. Shout out to everybody out there.
Nation. Yes, you have heard it, right?
It is your boy, Benjamin Elsie, live from Thrive King, all right, 2025 Black Family Wellness Expo, presented by the Links, all right, and it's incorporated in partnership with Blood Center of Wisconsin.
How does it feel, Damien, to be down here right now?
It feels wonderful. And let's go back to my name being in the intro.
Woo!
Go ahead.
My name was in the intro. Dame Elsie in the intro. Mama, I made it. I'm official. Let's go.
I'm not even going to lie, man. I wonder how quick Kyle Wallace turned this around. You know what I'm saying?
Shout out to Kyle. If Kyle is behind that. Shout out to Kyle. If Kyle is behind that, I owe you a drink, brother. Good looking out.
In fact, because I had no idea what this was going to sound like. I was like,
right, you was just saying it before we started, like you didn't even hear the intro.
I never heard the intro. Kyle over here talking about, because I'm like, dog, are we doing gym with juice breaks? What's happening with this? He like, no, it's got its own little show. It's got its own little thing. I'm like, okay, whatever it is what it is. You know, it's all fresh new sounds for me.
And it worked. Are you happy with that? Are you happy with that intro?
No, I'm super happy with that intro, man. I always love, just new, beautiful quality of life things.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I'm the quality of life type of guy.
I feel that.
And I think that's why, it's quite fitting that we're down here at Thrive on King at the Blood Drive. Make certain that you guys come down here, pull up on your boy Benjamin and Damien Elsie, and honestly donate some blood. When was the last time you donated some blood, Damien?
I actually, last time I was here, it was me. When the morning show it was me, it was me and Telly and Homer, and
wait.
we were down here.
Oh, for December, right?
Yeah, we were down here, and it was a nice turnout. Then I learned a lot. I went and got my blood tested to see what type I was.
Right.
You know, I'm some magical type, but that's okay. My mama told me not to say it on the air because people are trying to be harvesting my organs and stuff. So I'm not. But what I'm saying is, you can come down here. You can learn what your blood type is. You can learn how to give blood. You can learn about all of that. Even if you don't want to give blood right now, you can still learn things that can help you in the future.
Man, you know what? I have to go down the rabbit hole a little bit.
Go down that rabbit hole.
I got to, because last time I was here, like you said, last time 1017 The Truth was in the building here at Varsity, Thrive on King, out here donating blood and things like that. Your boy Benjamin, I donated my blood. All right, I did the blood donation, and I actually learned what my blood type was, Damien. All right, I learned that I'm A positive. All right, I'm A positive. However, you know, I was, you know, a little braggadocious. I'm like, dang, I'm A positive. Ooh.
Did you get the sticker and all of that stuff?
I don't remember getting the sticker. I do remember there was a nice young lady over here who helped me out. She hit me with the needle, you know. But it was a quick process. It was about like 15 minutes or so, maybe less than that. But I learned a lot about my blood type. And in that whole scenario, out of that whole scenario, I ended up talking to a lady who was here, and she actually does all the organ donations. So I end up asking her about, you know, hey, what's going on with the organ harvesting, man? Like she was like, you know what? And
you went down the X-Files rabbit hole, okay.
Went down the X-Files rabbit hole, dog. And then ultimately we get to Potawatomi when we did the MLK. Did the MLK at Pato, whatever, bump into her again, and I was like, so yeah, I'm A positive, and she was like, you know, man, something to the effect that, you know, we could use your organs, and it was such a one of those moments where I was like, dog, like, I don't know if I should give people this information.
You shouldn't. You shouldn't. You should keep that information to yourself, because it's something special about the A positive that enables it to go with any type of blood, I think, or something.
No,
right?
no, it's the O blood. Oh, you have to be O positive or O.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
what is it about the A positive then that makes it it's so unique or something? It's only like, I know it's only a certain percentage. We're gonna have to ask them in the break. I know it's only a certain percentage of the population that have the A positive. So you're so unique in having the
Are you
A
serious?
positive.
Hold on, Dad, because I'll look this up right now.
I think it's something about
what's
that.
What's special about A positive blood?
We gotta figure that out, because it was one of those types that they told me. It was one of those types that they told me was special, and it can only be. It's only so many people that have it.
I thought it was type O.
No,
because type O can go with anybody.
It ain't type O. It's something else about A positive. Look it up, brother.
What's A positive?
Let's Google. Everybody at home, y'all Google too with us, and we're gonna find out what's positive about A positive.
What's special about A positive blood? All right, let's see. Oh, it does say it's in high demand. Okay. So I'm reading this off of Google right now, y'all, Truth Nation, and you know, I had to look this up, because ultimately, if I am, you know, well, I am blood type A positive blood, I want to know what's special about me, because on one point in the end, you know, damn, you saying there's something special about that stuff. Somebody may actually want to get a hold of you know, pick you up in one of them white vans come get you, you know. But I'm finna read this off. It says A positive blood type is common and in high demand because it's present in many people.
Oh, okay.
It's also
so it's the opposite
important
of what
for
I said.
treating conditions like dry eye syndrome.
Okay, so it's the opposite of what I said.
Okay.
It's so many people have it that they
It's in
need
high
a lot of.
demand.
Okay,
that's what it is. But with the O type blood can go to anybody.
Okay.
Those people are super special.
I didn't do well in biology.
Well, it's okay though. It's okay. That's why we're here at Varsity.
That's why we're here to learn.
Yeah, we're here to learn. You know, with that being said, Damien, and that's the thing that I love about this Black Wellness Expo that we're down at right here, because all the different vendors that are here and that I got a chance to sit back and talk to are all here for the community. You know, they're all here to raise awareness to some plight that the black family is facing. Like, I actually got a chance to speak with a gentleman by the name of Kenneth. All right, he was down for the Big Brothers. What is this called? Big Brothers and Big Sisters program.
All right.
And I'm not gonna lie to you, Damien. It made me sit back and think to myself, like, maybe I need to become a big brother or something.
You should. You should, because
have you ever been a mentor to somebody?
That's what I was on the Zoom call before I came here. Shout out to my people at Ambrose Place, Milwaukee, where we do child mentoring and things like that. Well, it's not mentoring, it's care service providing.
Okay.
They make sure that we don't say mentoring because it's also medical. But outside of all of that, it's like mentoring, where I pick up a young man. I got to pick somebody up after this. I pick up a young man. We hang out for a couple hours. We talk about whatever they're going through. I give
about
them,
life?
About life. I give them tools like meditation and deep breathing to work through any of the anger issues that they may have, presenting in them. Whatever the case may be, we read up on it and we find out ways to help them become a better human being. And that's what you would be good at, brother. You can pick up a young brother, hang out with him, teach him stuff that he's not getting from other places. And a lot of time as black men, and my cases are black boys, they don't get that. You know, with single mothers, there's a lot of single mothers. The pops may be locked up, and not that the pops may, in some instances, the pops may still be involved, but you still need that extra. Because the kid needs something extra. It needs a village. It takes a village to raise a child.
A role model.
Right. You become a part of that child's village. So I do it. So I would say to anybody that's out there, if you can't get involved in big brothers, big sisters, just get involved with the people on your block. My daddy used to do it to the people on the block, the young boys on the block. They all would come to my pops and be like, hey, I need money for a concert. We'll cut my grass 3 times over the next month, and I got you. But they would always come holler at him. So it ain't that. It's not that it has to be something official. It's just something that we have to do as a community to help raise our youth.
How did you even get into that, Damien? Like that kind of program?
Well, what happened was I was especially with the Ambrose Place, Milwaukee. I was facilitating. Shout out to my man Dave Blackman. Me and him were facilitating some programs. He was doing the health side of it, so he was like working out and stuff like that. And I was doing the day-to-day stuff, just teaching young men about stuff that helped them become men. Whether it be the first day they came to the service, we gave them a travel bag full of combs and brushes and do-rags and Vaseline and lotions and stuff that a man needs to take care of himself, right? They were so appreciative. And so Dave would do in the second half of those programming, Dave would have them working out and doing push-ups and all of that stuff. And in the first half, I would have them doing life lessons. We did one where I copied something off of the Cosby Show. Now, there was an episode. Now, listen, hear me out. I know Bill been going through his thing. But there was an episode of the Cosby Show where they moved everything out the house and they made the house the real world for Theo.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about? Let me explain it to you. So they moved everything out the house.
I'm letting you cook.
Let me cook. They moved everything out the house and they made everything a house for Theo because Theo said to Bill, why do I need to go to college?
Yeah.
Everybody don't need to go to college. I could just do this and do that, right? And so they moved everything out the house, and they made it so upstairs he had to rent an apartment. So they gave him a certain amount of money. So he had to rent an apartment. He had to buy food. He had to do this. He had to do that. And it was all on the amount of somebody that didn't make money and didn't go to college.
Yeah.
So by the end of it, he was so burnt out and didn't have any money. He was like, I'm definitely going to college, Pops. So I say that to say I did something like that where I got some fake money. And then I would have them like, this is the car you want to get. What kind of car you want to get? I would have options, the luxury, the mid-class, or you can ride the bus.
Yeah.
The smart ones was like, I'm going to ride the bus until I get my money right. Because once they was picking stuff, and then at the end, they were like, I don't got enough money for this. And I was like, okay, now you got to go back.
You teach them real life stuff.
You got to go back and start over. So then they would go back and start over. And then they realized, okay, I need to be this profession, doctor or this or that, in order to really to survive. And so they learned a lot, and they loved it, man. So you could do that, man. I could see you doing that, Benjamin.
Now, when I was talking to my boy Kenneth from the Big Brothers and Big Sisters program, it kind of convinced me to be like, you know what, I have to go and pick somebody up in the community who's actually, you know, who needs the help, you know, and I could see myself in, you know, because as soon as I was talking to Kenneth, one thing I was thinking is, I'm like, you know, how dope would it be to become a part of this Big Brothers Big Sisters program and then bring them down to 101.7 The Truth, you know, and just show them the radio lifestyle, you know what I'm saying? Like, because that's another, you know, avenue that I do possess. At the same time, a lot of our young kids out there don't get a chance to get, you know, they don't get a chance to get behind a microphone and actually, you know, talk about their real life experiences, you know, because they have a voice too. And I think that's why, all these other platforms that we have out here, whether it's the Twitches or Instagrams, whatever it is, that's why these youngins gravitate towards it, so they can actually have a voice out there. But speaking of all of that, and it's so crazy because the Big Brothers and Big Sisters program, in correlation with this topic I'm about to bring up, all right, have you seen what was going down with Jonathan Majors?
Yeah.
It's very interesting. If you guys heard anything about this, you about to hear it now, all right? When we come back, when we return from Varsity Blood Center of Wisconsin, live from the 2025 Black Family Wellness Expo. This is Benjamin, that is Damian Elzy, and when we return, we finna go down the rabbit hole of Jonathan Majors.
More of the 2025 Black Family Wellness Expo presented by the Lynx Incorporated and in partnership with Varsity Blood Center of Wisconsin, live from Thrive on King, is next on 1017 The Truth app, and streaming live on YouTube.
Milwaukee Black Talk.
And Joe Biden wasn't very controversial. He wasn't. Now, he might have done some things in his long, storied past, but if you all have been in the same line of work for 46 years, you probably have done some questionable things too. Joe Biden was a safe choice. He was a level of common sense. He was a level of stability. He was a familiar political commodity. Democrats don't have that right now. Democrats are caught with their pants completely down.
Listen to The Truth with Sherwin Hughes, weekdays from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m.
Donald Trump is out of control, stopping payments for health care and food for hungry kids, eliminating the Department of Education, and letting unelected billionaire Elon Musk fire anyone he wants and get access to your most private information. We need a Supreme Court justice who will keep them in check before they go too far. That's Judge Susan Crawford.
I'm Judge Susan Crawford. As a former prosecutor and now as a judge, I believe in protecting you, your family, and your right to privacy, and that women have the right to make their own decisions about their health care. Because to me, that's just common sense.
Donald Trump and Elon Musk are both backing Brad Schimmel. He'll do whatever they want. That's why we need Judge Susan Crawford, the common sense judge who will keep them in check. Judge Susan Crawford for Supreme Court. Paid for by Susan Crawford for Wisconsin. Crawford for WI.com.
Experience, knowledge, results. That's what really matters when you need help after a serious truck accident. You'll need a lawyer experienced in fighting and winning for people just like you. Gruber Law Offices has the resources, strong track record of success, and a team of experienced lawyers to take care of your needs. We've successfully helped people injured in big truck accidents for more than 35 years. Gruber Law Offices. One call, that's all.
Natural gas is a clean, reliable, and convenient source of energy delivered directly to you through underground pipelines. The pipeline system has an excellent safety record, but there are clues that can help you identify a potential hazard. If you smell the strong odor of rotten eggs, hear an unusual hissing sound, or see blowing dirt or debris, it could be a natural gas leak. Leave the area immediately and call We Energies at 800-261-5325.
We Energies. People you can trust. Energy you can depend on.
This is the 2025 Black Family Wellness Expo presented by the Lynx Incorporated and in partnership with the Varsity Blood Center of Wisconsin. Live from Thrive on King on 1017 The Truth app, and streaming live on YouTube.
All right. Welcome back, Truth Nation, and all the juicy jammers out there. It is your boy Benjamin and Damian Elzy, and we are live. All right, we are live from the Black Family Wellness Expo 2025 edition. All right, presented by the Lynx. All right, now, as we do return, okay, I brought up an idea, and I had to put this out here, Truth Nation. I had to bring it to y'all attention, all right, because ultimately, you know, this brother has been going through some things for at least the past 2 years of his life. Mm-hmm. You know, as we talk about Black Family Wellness, we can't discuss Black Family Wellness without talking about the head of the family, all right, without talking about the black man and the things that the black man has to go through, or doesn't even have to go through, but has has gone through silently all by himself. So one thing that we know about Jonathan Majors is over the past 2 years, he was set up to be Kang the Conqueror.
Kang the Conqueror.
Yeah, out
he
there.
Blew it.
He did blow it, but I mean, he was messing with that white girl, man.
That's
really what happened.
He didn't learn from Kobe.
Hey, Jonathan Majors got caught messing with that white girl, and honestly, that's why ultimately he lost his position there with Marvel for a minute, man. But it seems like
I heard he's getting it back.
Yeah, honestly, I've been hearing some things now. If you know anything about the Marvel universe, and what the MCU is doing, I'm hearing that Jonathan Majors may return back as Kang the Conqueror in the Secret Wars. In Secret Wars is gonna pop up. But with that being said, he's been going through a lot of things ever since that loss. He ended up getting with a Megan Good, and Megan Good seems to be treating him really well. And on top of that, him going through this relationship with a Megan Good, I think he's also trying to heal himself. I think he's also trying to, reveal some things, some hurt and pain that he's been going through. And one thing that Jonathan Majors went on to go say on Instagram just the other day, he went on to go say, look, I want to let people know that basically I was sexually abused from age 9 by men and women. And I wanted to say, Dame, and everybody out there in Truth Nation, really, when it comes down to this Jonathan Majors situation, him coming out now as a grown man telling people that he was sexually abused, how many people have gone through that silently and never spoke up about it?
Right.
A lot of people go through these types of ideas and never bring it to the forefront up until it's too late.
Right.
How does this conversation make you feel, Dan? Because he also goes on to say, look, there were days when it was just like, is this real? This is Jonathan Majors recalling a time period in his life, talking about the sexual abuse between him being sexually abused by men and women.
Yeah.
He goes on to say, during the period of time, and immediately after my trial, where I pleaded not guilty, it was like a heartbreak. It was like a heartbreak I had never experienced, and it's just compounded and compounded. And it's just like, dang, man, what all does a man have to go through, up until he reveals what he needs to, expose about himself to be better?
I think in this case with Jonathan Majors, I think the things that he went through kind of forced him to reveal these things. He went to therapy, and anybody that's been in therapy understands that a good therapist is going to make you can go in there and you can front and you can try not to talk about things, but they're going to pull those things out of you. Mm-hmm. And in this case, I think that's what may have happened with Jonathan Majors that made him able to talk about these things. The only thing I'm saying is I hope that these things are official and that he's not using them to gain good graces back in the public eye, because somebody comes through with some hardships and immediately you like, oh well, forget about everything else, let's just embrace them, especially in the black community. That's how we are. And in other communities I don't know. And in the black community he got with Megan Good, and people was like, the black woman is going to rehab his persona, so
it was good PR.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, because I'm not gonna lie, Dan. Like, that's another thing I had thought about with this whole situation about him talking about him being sexually abused, and then all the little steps he's taken to, in my opinion, come back from the graces he once fell from. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? Because he was at a high level, then he fell down. Now I feel like he's been doing every little thing he could do or can do from a PR standpoint to get back into the good graces of the American people, or maybe even the world at this point.
Maybe the world, and getting that sympathy is like people forget the things that you've done. Yeah. And we've seen it happen in the past with other stars where they going through some hard stuff, and then next thing you know, you hear about some ailment they have or somebody dying in their life, and so you get that sympathy, you get that empathy for them, and so you forget about the other things that happen with somebody's life. With Jonathan Majors, though, the whole thing was, okay, even what he did, I never kind of really believed the white woman and to the levels of it. So I would hope that he's not doing this to regain those graces of those white folks that he lost. Hopefully he's really doing it for the right reasons and coming out and exposing something.
Not manipulating the situation.
Right. He's not manipulating. And
that's the manipulator.
Hopefully there's something that really happened to the brother and he's able to speak about it. And if that's the case, I big up him and I give him all the credit that he needs. But if it's not the case, then I would hope he gets whatever coming to him for playing. Because people that have been through that, I know people that have been through that. I've talked to people that have been through that. That ain't nothing to play with. You know what I'm saying? That type of situation where you've gone through molestation and you've gone through and you've battled through that to make it to the other end of the tunnel, the light at the end of the tunnel. That ain't nothing to play with. So hopefully he's not playing with it and he's 100.
No, for real. And you know what's so crazy about this, Dame, is this man didn't even do nothing. You know what I'm saying? Like, from a PR standpoint, think about how hard he been working to could just come back into the MCU. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like a black man was innocent at the end of the day. We saw him run away. We saw him
He said, I'm running away from her, and she's chasing me, and, you know, okay.
Yeah, we catch that all on video. And from a PR standpoint, in the world's eyes, from the public's perception of Jonathan Majors, he was still guilty. So this man's still just trying to work back to being like, okay, I'm still an A-list celebrity, y'all. I'm still out here in Hollywood and can still damage some stuff, you know. But he's been got with Megan Good. I saw one time when Jonathan Majors had set up a high school fight or whatever. It looked like Jonathan Majors had set up a high school fight where these schoolgirls was fighting, and he came out of nowhere. He came out of nowhere, bro, just chopping up to the kids, and then he break up the fight and stuff. And I'm just thinking to myself like, dog.
Oh, it was real. It was a real fight.
I don't believe it was a real fight.
You think it was another PR stunt?
Yeah, it was a PR stunt.
That's a hell of a stunt.
It was a staged event. He looked like a superhero coming to go, you know, rescue some kids. And I know it was no real fight because as soon as he got up, they stopped. You know what I'm saying? Like, nah, bro.
I didn't see that one. I got to look that one up. I got to Google that one.
Yeah, if you ever been in a school fight or anything like that, like, you know, out here in Milwaukee or whatever.
Ain't too much gonna stop it.
Ain't too much gonna stop it because as soon as this person pop off, it's gonna be 3 other folks that's gonna pop off.
Because I've done that. I've had fights on my block, or I pulled over, and my daughters can attest to this because they was in the car. I've pulled over, seen girls about to fight, and breaking it up. Now, you may stop the others from around it getting involved in the fight, but them two that want to fight, they gonna fight.
They finna have it out.
So going back to your story, if he stopped them two from fighting like Michael Jackson and beat it or something.
You know what I'm saying?
Come on now, man. Come on now. I don't believe that. Nah, man. Nah, man.
And I'm just, you know, again, hopefully, you know, Jonathan Majors does return back to Hollywood, how he once was the prominent, you know, figure that I believe he still is. Because I thought his acting was great. You know, I thought he was a great actor. I thought he played great as King the Conqueror.
Oh, he's a wonderful actor.
You know, and it seemed like to me that for a moment, Black Hollywood was starting to have our black male stars. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Whether it was Michael B. Jordan or now Jonathan Majors, you know, I'm waiting for the next. Because now they're talking about the dude, what's the dude name? Aaron, Pierre, that's Mufasa.
Oh, yeah,
They're talking about that dude now. So I'm seeing Black Hollywood do what it does. But at the same time, you know, it's just, it's so sad that, you know, Jonathan Majors has to even like reveal something this near and dear to his heart, something so vulnerable to the public, just so the public can trust him all over again.
Yeah, it is sad that as a black man, that's what he has to do to gain the good graces of these white folks, is to say that I was
molested. I was sexually assaulted.
One of the worst things that can happen to a person happened to me.
Right.
And so even if you do believe the things that I've done, this is the reason why, and that the trauma that I went through that may have caused me to treat women in a certain way, because that woman that complained wasn't the only woman that complained on Jonathan. So we ain't gonna say Jonathan ain't been out here strong-arming women. He probably has. But in this situation, he didn't do what they said he did.
Yeah.
It's been reports in the past he's a terrorist to women. We know this. Okay, Jonathan, get your stuff together. You're going to therapy. You're getting your stuff together. But in this situation, we got to have his back on that one. That's just you and me up here as black men.
I feel it.
We might catch some hate mail, but, you know.
Are you your brother's keeper? You know, are you your brother's keeper, man? Because ultimately, you know, I don't want to throw Jonathan Majors under the bus. I want to see that brother succeed, especially after going through a traumatic series. I want anybody out there who's suffering some kind of trauma to be able to rise up against that, you know, and be the hero that you were looking for when those things were happening to you.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because it's just such a shame, man. And it makes you think, you know, why do these things continue to happen, you know, in households? You know, is it because people just keep secrets? You know what I'm saying? Like, is that what it is?
We've discussed that in the past, how black families keep secrets so much, and they bury things under the rug. They sweep things under the rug, bury things under the porch, so to speak, and nobody talks about it, but it's apparent that these things have happened, and that just adds to the trauma of that person that has went through it.
No, that's real. That's real. All right, well, you know what, Truth Nation? Call in, text in, 833-212-1017.
Call us.
All right, let us know if you plan to donate some blood today.
Where we at, brother?
Oh, we down here at Thrive on King at the Varsity Blood Center of Wisconsin.
There we go.
All right, that's where we at. So make sure that y'all slide down here, pull up on us, experience the Black Family Wellness Expo. They got a lot of good things out there for you, a lot of good information that you need to be a part of this, Milwaukee community. And that's not even speaking about the community right now. I'd be remiss, Truth Nation, if I don't talk about St. Patty's Day.
St. Patty's Day.
All right, I am a Black Irishman. Okay, my great-great-grandfather was.
You Black Irish like Eddie Murphy.
Yeah, I'm a Black Irishman. So call in, text in, 833-212-1017. Talk to us and let us know how you feeling about this Jonathan Majors incident. When it does come down to sexual abuse, why do people keep these types of secrets around? Is that what is permeating through the Black family and is ultimately the destruction of us? Or what is this even rooted in? Call in, text in, 833-212-1017. When we return, we're going to go further down this rabbit hole. It's your boy Benjamin and Damian Elsie.
More of the 2025 Black Family Wellness Expo presented by the Lynx Incorporated and in partnership with Varsity Blood Center of Wisconsin, live from Thrive on King, is next on 1017 The Truth app, and streaming live on YouTube.
Here at the new 1017 The Truth, we aim to be a staple in Milwaukee's Black community. We are committed to partnering with local organizations and supporting Black-owned businesses. We are proud to call Milwaukee our city and promise to be a positive reflection of our community. We look forward to celebrating Black culture and excellence with you every day as we make history and continue to uplift the voices in our city. Join us for the journey at the new 1017 The Truth, founded by Gruber Law Offices, Milwaukee Black Talk.
Truth Nation, it's your boy Tory Lowe, and I need to let you know the award-winning Tory Lowe Show can now be streamed live on YouTube every day from 1 to 4. I am now bringing all the smoke on YouTube every single weekday. I need you to go to YouTube right now and subscribe to 1017 The Truth and check out the award-winning Tory Lowe Show live every afternoon. Milwaukee Black Talk is now streaming live on YouTube. Now that's powerful.
The award-winning 1017 The Truth proudly celebrates Women's History Month. Listen to one of our incredible Truth teammates highlight the remarkable achievements of Black women throughout history.
What's going on, Truth Nation? It is DT from the best morning show on planet Earth, Truth Be Told with DT and Telly. For Women's History Month, I want to highlight the queen of rock and roll, Tina Turner, including the incredible impact she has made throughout her life. Born in Tennessee, Tina Turner began her musical career with her future husband, Ike Turner's band, the Kings of Rhythm, in 1956. She was born as Anna Mae Bullock and went on to record as part of the group Ike Turner's band hits like A Fool in Love. The Ike and Tina Turner Revue became one of the most formidable live acts in history. In the 1980s, Tina Turner launched one of the greatest comebacks in music history. Her 1984 multi-platinum album, Private Dancer, contained the hit What's Love Got to Do With It, which won the Grammy Award for Record of the Year and became her first #1 song on the Billboard Hot 100. Tina Turner has sold more than 100 million records worldwide, becoming one of the best artists of all time. She is a Grammy Lifetime Achievement Award winner, as also ranked as the 100 greatest artists of all time by Rolling Stone magazine. In January of 1988, Tina Turner set a Guinness World Record for the largest paying concert attendance for a solo artist by performing in front of approximately 188,000 people at Maracana Stadium in Rio de Janeiro. Tina, thank you for reminding women all over the world that life, success has no expiration date. Don't quit, navigate through the adversity, and life will reward you back. Tina Turner, we salute you and we thank you.
Tune in to The Truth as we celebrate the greatness of Black women all month long. You are listening to 2025 Black Family Wellness Expo, presented by the Lynx Incorporated and in partnership with the Varsity Blood Center of Wisconsin. Live from Thrive on King on 1017 The Truth app, and streaming live on YouTube.
Hey everybody, welcome back. We are at the Thrive on King 2025 Black Family Wellness Expo presented by the Links Incorporated in partnership with Versity Blood Center of Wisconsin. Y'all make sure y'all come on down, get you some experience, some cooking demonstrations, receive basic healthcare services such as blood pressure check, and learn your actual blood type. We talked about that earlier. You might be that special type, you know, that
good RH.
That superhuman being stuff, you know, they need you. You can even make a blood donation to help save a life, which is the most important thing they're doing down here today.
Mm-hmm. Now, go ahead.
No, go ahead, bro.
Okay, cool. No. So as we do come back to the conversation live from Thrive on King at the Blood Center, I wanted to talk about the idea of again, like I said before, sexual assault, Black family wellness, and you know how we can just remove this demon from our spirits. All right. Ultimately, Le'Veon Bell, he is a football player, right? He's a football player, and ultimately this gentleman,
he used to play for the Pittsburgh Steelers, running back.
Well, he's a nasty human being. Okay?
That's apparently he is. That's what they told me.
He's a nasty human being. All right. This gentleman was just ordered to pay $25 million after he allegedly had sexually assaulted his cousin.
His little cousin.
Yeah, and it is so crazy because even when we talk about the idea of Jonathan Majors, the sexual assault that he faced and he abused, his abuse, it's just like, you know, how prevalent is this in our communities, you know, when it comes down to sexual assault? Because it seems like this is not just happening at the top levels, but it's also happening at the bottom.
It is very prevalent. You meet a lot of people who have gone through it. I have dated a lot of been friends with a lot of women. And as you become friends with them and they start to open up, and I ain't even gonna say date because it's just friends I've had.
Yeah.
As you start talking with them and they start becoming more comfortable with you and they open up to you, they tell you things, and it's things that you as men on the other side doesn't happen as much to us, but it still happens. But the statistics used to be there, 1 out of 4 women have been sexually molested at some point in their life when they were coming up. And you know, I got 4 daughters.
Oh, that's crazy.
And so I would always think like, you know, how I need to protect that one. How do I protect that one from this happening?
Yeah.
And so, yeah, it's deep, man. That is something that affects the Black community. And the problem I have with it is a lot of times when it's done in the Black community, especially to those young people, is that we brush it. Like I said earlier, we brush it under the rug. We sweep it under the rug. We try to make it seem as if it never happened.
Yeah.
And in Black families, there's always, if we ignore it, it'll go away. If we act like this never happened, if we act like Uncle Jimmy never touched Lil' Kim, you know, no pun on that, but if we act like that never happened, then it didn't happen.
Right.
And Uncle Jimmy still come to the Thanksgiving dinners. He's still there, and Kim is having to deal with that every time, and then we wonder why Kim don't come back around. Why is Kim? Because you've accepted, as a family, we've accepted what's been done to her, you know, and so I think a lot of times it's about the family deciding we're not going to accept this anymore, and this person is going to be ostracized from our family. Family can only last so long.
Right.
At some point, they've stepped out of the bounds of that. And you were talking about the Le'Veon Bell situation, where the running back did something to his little cousin when she was little, and she comes back, and in the court of law, the civil court, they said that he must have did it. And so he got ordered to give her $25 million for something that happened in the past. I don't know the particulars of the story, but the fact that it was allowed to happen and it had to go to court for it to be handled shows what can happen in Black families.
Nah, for real, man. And it makes me think, like, you know, even when we talk about those ideas, like, how far back can the statute of limitations when it comes down to sexual assault go? Because sometimes, you know, again, like you said before, you live with the secret for so long, you know, when is it right for you to come back and be like, you know what, I actually want to speak up on this and get justice. Because a lot of these folks, again, at the end of the day, suffer a lot of mental trauma, grow up having a lot of trust issues, not even just with other people, but within themselves.
Right.
You know, because it takes a piece of a piece of you that was once innocent, but now will never be able to be the same again.
Well, yeah, that statute of limitations criminally is only for a certain amount of time. But the civic stuff is much longer. You know, the civil, not civic, the civil stuff is much longer. They can come back and do that whenever. Let's talk about what Jonathan Majors and what he's saying is true. The trauma that he went through, like you said, that can manifest itself in many different ways as you grow older. And in his case, what he's alluding to is this trauma that he experienced from men and women has gotten him to be a hard shell person that treats people of the opposite sex a different way, treats them harshly, and does certain things. So even with the stories of how he's been a terrorist to women in the past, he's saying that came from the hurt that I experienced through this, and through this therapy that I've gone through, I've learned about it, and I'm not going to be that person anymore.
Then, Damien, like, honestly, how do you heal after that then? You know what I'm saying? Like, what are the steps that a person needs to take to heal from that kind of trauma? You know what I'm saying? Because, again, when it comes down to the black families, a lot of times these things do happen in our households, and we just keep these secrets, you know? I remember being younger, and kind of what you said, though, Damien, like when you said that 1 out of 4 women have to go through this, or do go through this, according to research. It's one of these things that I know for a fact has to be true, just because a lot of the women in my life have been sexually assaulted, you know, and it makes me, you know, it always made me more protective over them, you know, always made me more protective over them. It always made me look at women in a different light when it came down to, you know what, this is a woman, I have to protect her. I can't, she is a delicate flower, you know what I'm saying? And I cannot, you know, approach them with such brashness, you know, as you would treat a man. You need to treat a woman very softly. And I say that all to say is because, you know, from the women that I've had in my lifetime or whatever, when I found out, again, it came down to a sexual assault idea and they grew up that way, or X, Y, and Z, it made me be more sympathetic to anything that they have been through or gone through. It made me be empathetic towards a woman's plight here in the world, here in society. Because a lot of times, you know, when it comes down to the Me Too movements and all these things, women tend to be victims of sexual assault. But in Jonathan Majors' case, like he said, hey, I was a victim of sexual assault as well.
Yeah, it happens to men. It happens definitely, like we were saying, it definitely happens to men. It may not happen at the same level or the same percentage that it happens to women, obviously, but it does happen, and we can't take light of that situation. That's why I'm not taking light of Jonathan Majors saying that, because I respect that he's come out to say that. And as a man, you don't ever want to be like, I was taken advantage of, because it makes you feel weak. It makes you feel like
that kind of vulnerability.
That vulnerability that it's exposing. And a man's we always feel like we got to show strength, we got to show power, or else we'll be taken advantage of. And for that vulnerability of him to come out and say that in this case, and hopefully, you know, it's like I said, he's being 100 with it and not playing with it. If that happened, that's real, and you got to respect that, and you got to show him some grace because of that. But let's not lose sight of the fact that women go through this on a daily basis.
Correct.
Women go through this. Young ladies, and I'm just talking about the young ladies that have gone through it and have grown up. Like you were saying, how do they get past that? Sometimes they don't. Sometimes they fall into using drugs. Sometimes they fall into different vices, behaviors that are not adequate for somebody to grow into a responsible adult.
You know, for real, man, because I always think about the movie The Butterfly Effect. You see with Ashton Kutcher?
Yeah, I've seen it.
I always think about that, man, when it comes down to, you know, the different levels of life. Like, you know, how one moment can change everything for you. You know, in that movie, you know, the love of Ashton Kutcher's life, on one end, she was sexually assaulted as a child. They made a whole movie, documentary, blah, blah, blah. She grows up to then become like some kind of like prostitute or something. But in another light, those things never happen to her. And she goes to college. Right. She grows up to be somebody super successful. He actually really does fall in love with her and all these other things. And it's just like, man, if those types of ideas never happened to some people, maybe we wouldn't have so much darkness out here. Right. Maybe we wouldn't have so many people who do need these types of ideas. Again, being down here at the Black Family Wellness Expo, if our community could be more tight-knit and disclose a lot of the secrets that we, tend to keep under the rug, I think we would go about healing each other that much better.
But just think, like before we go to break real quick, just think that if something, we're at the Diversity blood donor spot here. If somebody comes today, donates blood, and they could save a life down the line, but if that person doesn't, then maybe that life doesn't get saved. No, so along those same lines, of alternate realities and not to go down the rabbit hole of alternate realities and multiple universes, but I'm just saying, you never know what doing that good deed is going to do or what doing that bad deed is going to do. Right.
No, seriously, and I mean, ultimately, if you do plan to donate, you could come down here to Thrive on King at the Diversity Blood Center of Wisconsin. You could come down here and donate, but another thing that they're tied into is organ donating, right? So if anything ever did happen to the effect of, you needing a kidney, I'm pretty certain that you could come down here and help somebody out throughout what they got going on. But again, this is your boy Benjamin. That is Damian LZ. When we do return from speaking down here at the Black Family Wellness Expo 2025 edition, all right, we're going to go further down a rabbit hole of conversation. I am Benjamin. That is Damian LZ, live. 101 The Truth. I'll let your boy.
More of the 2025 Black Family Wellness Expo presented by the Links Incorporated and in partnership with Versity Blood Center of Wisconsin, live from Thrive on King, is next on 1017 The Truth app, and streaming live on YouTube.
You cannot look me in the face and tell me that America is the greatest country in the world when you have people who cannot have access to quality health care.
This is The Truth Unfiltered with Denise Thomas and Dr. Ken Harris.
We need to change the structure of insurance companies to make them nonprofits so that there's not a profit motive for you to make up your mind as to whether or not you're going to help somebody.
Sundays starting at 7 on 620 WTMJ and Mondays at 6 on 1017 The Truth.
It's 1017 The Truth. Dr. Ken Harris for Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. We talk a lot about the unprecedented quality and service you get from Pella, but talking to the people who work there, you can tell how much they genuinely love what they do. Helping fulfill people's dreams is very rewarding to them, and it shows through their tremendous efforts. Pella consultants take the time to listen to each customer, finding the right solution that works for their home. They know that everyone's situation is different. Maybe you have a historic home you're renovating, or it's a new build with unique finishes. Pella designers can customize windows and doors to perfectly match any one-of-a-kind abode. They're with you from start till finish. It's like having a friend on call throughout the project and beyond. They don't disappear after the sale. Right now, take advantage of windows as low as $32 per month and doors as low as $89 per month. Certain restrictions apply. Ends March 31st, 2025. Get started today at PellaWI.com.
Saving energy and money is easier than you think. Here are 2 simple things you can do to reduce your energy use and lower your energy bill. Use thermal curtains to reduce each room's energy loss by up to 25%, and make sure vents aren't blocked by furniture or rugs to improve airflow and comfort. Simple, smart savings. Get more energy saving tips at WeEnergies.com.
Keep your business safe, secure, and spotless with the Omega Security Guard and Cleaning Team. Proudly located in Milwaukee and female-owned, Omega delivers professional security and tailored cleaning services to meet your needs. Whether it's event security or a custom cleaning plan, their dedicated team goes above and beyond to exceed your expectations. Because at Omega, they're not just your service provider, they're your partner in peace of mind. Contact Omega Security Guard today or online at OmegaSecurityGuard.com. Omega Security Guard and Cleaning, protecting what matters most.
You are listening to 2025 Black Family Wellness Expo, presented by the Links Incorporated and in partnership with the Verse City Blood Center of Wisconsin. Live from Thrive on King on 1017 The Truth app, and streaming live on YouTube.
Welcome back, Truth Nation, and all the Juicy Jammers out there. I am Benjamin, and to the right of me, but if you're on our YouTube, you can tap in on the YouTube and see Damian LZ to the left of me. We are live. All right, we are live from Thrive on King for the 2025 Black Family Wellness Expo, presented by the Links Incorporated and in partnership with the Varsity Blood Center of Wisconsin. All right, if y'all learned anything today, you may have learned that Benjamin is positive A, blood type positive A. All right,
A positive.
That's how you say it. That's correct.
You saying rappers' names now? Positive K, positive A.
That's crazy. Yeah, but I made positive. That's one thing you guys should have learned today. But ultimately, what we were talking about is the Jonathan Majors situation, the Le'Veon Bell situation, and just ultimately, sexual assault in our communities. Here at the Black Family Wellness, because ultimately we're trying to get well. We're trying to, make certain that we heal what we have not yet revealed. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So with that being said, Truth Nation, call in, text in 833-212-1017. How are you feeling about this situation today when it comes down to the idea of sexual assault and these secrets that people keep inside of their families? Is that what continues to perpetuate it, or is there something deeper? Is it tied into something deeper? Call in, text in 833-212-1017. Let us know what's on your mind. But with that being said, who do we have on the lines, Xavier? Do we have a caller?
Maybe we don't.
Okay. With that being said, though, Truth Nation, call in, text in, let us know exactly how y'all feeling about this situation when it comes to Jonathan Majors. A lot of people would have said at the time that Jonathan Majors was completely innocent, all right? And ultimately, him being a black man as big as he is, he had no business messing around with that white woman, all right? But ultimately, it led to him revealing the fact that he was sexually assaulted as a kid, as a minor, by both men and women. But call in, Truth Nation, text in at 833-212-1017, or hit us on the YouTube, all right? And hit our YouTube chat board, become one of our chatters. Let's go with the caller. The caller, you are on line one. What's going on? Talk to me.
Can you hear me?
I can't hear you, the caller. What's good with you, big dog?
What's going on, man? Hey, Le'Veon Bell got hit with $25 million, huh?
Oh, yeah. Got it for $25 million.
He didn't take home $2 million for his entire career. So for them to hit him with $25 million is completely egregious.
No,
Yet,
Le'Veon made a bag. Caller, Le'Veon made a bag for the Pittsburgh Steelers. He made a nice bag. He was one of the first running backs to get a big bag, but they took most of it.
Yeah, but most of that goes to tax. Most of that stuff goes to tax. When you get a settlement, that's every bit of it. Don't no taxes get taken out. So that's $25 million. That's $25 million cash. Ain't no taxes coming off of that. So he's screwed. But what I was going to also say is that here in Wisconsin, some white folks, some white dudes can get away with molesting 7-year-old children, and get 5 months in jail.
Dang.
And get to go do it again. You see what I'm saying? That's crazy.
You put a name on it then.
I can't do it because they're running for office. And I don't want to.
Put them on blast. You got to put them on blast now.
That's the time to do it. Put a name on it. Put a name on it then.
Give us a hint. Say something.
Well, they advertise on television all the time about what they're doing. It's them two people running for Supreme Court.
Oh,
that
you
Susan
talking about
lady.
that dude? What's his name?
That Brad Schimmel.
Brad Schimmel. Yeah. I definitely heard.
So maybe. Yeah. I'm just saying that's some crazy stuff right there. I'm sure Le'Veon Bell's niece or cousin or whatever she was, I'm pretty sure she was not 7 years old. So that just goes to show you how unfair this country is and how sick and twisted this country is against black folks.
I didn't know it was rumors like that riding around about this brother, the Brad Schimmel, not the brother, but Brad Schimmel.
I've seen the smear campaigns. And the caller, thank you for calling in. God bless you.
Brother.
Be safe, okay? Yeah, man. Live righteous. But, no, that is pretty interesting, though, especially when we talk about the people running for Wisconsin Supreme Court. You know, I'm not certain if it's actually a fact, but when it comes down to the smear campaigns that I've been seeing about Brad Schimmel, I definitely see how he leans more so towards the, I guess, right-leaning when it comes down to, you know, his ideas of sexual assault. But call in, text in, Truth Nation at 833-212-1017. What are your thoughts and feelings about Jonathan Majors revealing the sexual assault that happened to him? What are your thoughts about Le'Veon Bell? You know, and him having to pay $25 million for, you know, doing those things to his cousins. Hell, how do you feel about Brad Schimmel and his ideas? You know what I'm saying? Like on sexual assault. Call in, text in 833-212-1017. We are live at the Black Family Wellness Expo. And we just trying to make certain that we can heal what we have not yet revealed. What's going down? How you doing today, Miss Banana?
Hey, how y'all doing?
Hey, amazing.
All right, what up, Hazel? I know she's probably asleep.
No, hey, I really should have brought her down here, though, Miss Banana. She would have.
Oh, man.
You know,
I know she's cute. I want a T-shirt. I want a T-shirt with her on it. I do. I ain't lying. I'll pay.
Okay.
I'll pay for it. Shoot. I know she cute, huh? But black my favorite color, you know.
What's your favorite color?
Yeah, but yeah, black my favorite color, black.
I love that.
Black is beautiful. Black is beautiful. Yeah, but what I wanted to say about like with the family keeping it all hush hush, you know, sweeping things up underneath the rug and not mentioning it and everything. First of all, like let's say for example, if I had a daughter and her uncle raped her. Now, if I knew about that, he would never ever set foot in my house.
Right.
And my daughter and me, you know, if he have a family gather, whatever, we're not going. Because, you know, to me, it's like when you keep allowing that person to come to your house, come to family functions, then that's making that child feel uncomfortable in their supposedly safe place. So don't let don't let the perpetrator have the upper hand. You let them know, look, you was wrong, so you can't do this. This my daughter, all right here. She's the main focus, and you ain't nobody. It's about my daughter, so you can't come over. And if any family member has something negative to say about that, okay, well then you can't come over either. Matter of fact, Mama, both of y'all just go on and live on the island. Don't never come back on land. Bye. You know.
Well. Man, hey, you just snapped right there, Miss Banana. I'm not gonna lie.
Atlanta Banana.
For real, Atlanta Banana.
Yeah, that made me mad. I don't, you know, because that happened to me in the military. I got MST, military sexual trauma. That happened to me. I was young, in my 20s, you know.
God bless you.
And
I knew that.
Yeah, now had I not been in the military, that would not have happened because I will fight. I don't like to fight. I don't like to, but if I have to, I will. Now, I would have fought. Now, in the military, they train you like if you leave any mark on anybody, that's damaging government property, and you will get kicked out, and you will not have no benefits. So they keep that. And so I couldn't fight.
What happened to your perpetrators? What happened to the people who victimized you?
I don't know because I didn't say anything about it until like years later because like one of the perpetrators was a female, and even though it was not consensual, I would have still got kicked out because of same gender sexual activity, and it wasn't allowed back then. So what could I do? You know?
Right. Dang, Miss Banana. You know what? I'm so sorry. We do have to go to a break.
Okay, that's all right.
Oh, okay. You know I got love for you, and you know I got to tap in with well I call her Mama Tara and Godfrey and Tara, the Campbells. I got to tap in with them, and maybe we all go get some breakfast or go to their church together or something at the Faith Builders. You know I would love to.
I don't want to go to their church. I don't go to church. I'm sorry. I don't go to church.
All right. Well, it's all
she
good.
She threw up the red flag on that one.
It's all good. God bless you and be safe. Okay.
All right, okay, thank you, though. All right, peace, love you, love both y'all and Hazel. Bye-bye.
Ruff. All good. Well, call in, Truth Nation, at 833-212-1017. Let's discuss this idea, the family secrets. And you know what? I'm not going to lie. On the other side, when it comes down to today and we're talking about culture, we can talk a little bit about black culture. Why not talk about a little bit about Irish culture? Why not do a deep dive on culture, period, and figure out how we can celebrate one another? This is Benjamin, that is Damian Elzy, and we are live from Varsity from Thrive on King. Holla at us and come down and donate some blood.
More of the 2025 Black Family Wellness Expo presented by the Lynx Incorporated and in partnership with Varsity Blood Center of Wisconsin, live from Thrive on King, is next on 1017 The Truth app, and streaming live on YouTube. Truth Nation, stand up and tap in. This is 1017 FM, 1510 AM WGKB Waukesha and W269DL Milwaukee, a locally owned Good Karma brand station.
The pulse of the Milwaukee Bucks, straight from a Bucks legend.
Can't get it off. Marcus Johnson will, though. Can't leave him alone for a 12.
Tap into Here District with Marcus Johnson on Bucks Plus. Marcus and his son Chris offer a weekly beat on Bucks basketball. Get your questions answered and hear from the biggest names in basketball. Find Here District with Marcus Johnson at bucks.com/plus on the Bucks app or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is Sherwin Hughes from The Truth with Sherwin Hughes. And Truth Nation, you can now watch my show live on YouTube every day from 9 a.m. until noon. Yep, you can get 3 full hours of watching Sherwin doing his thing, streaming live on YouTube Monday through Friday. You'll get the same insightful conversations about policy, politics, and lifestyle while also seeing my reaction to the unpredictability of our listeners. So go to YouTube right now, subscribe to 1017 The Truth, and see this wonderful smile live every day. Carrie, where's Tori Lowe and Dr. Ken at? I'm trying to knock these commercials out.
How am I supposed to know, Sherwin?
Well, I'm about to do their parts because my impressions are on point anyway. This is Dr. Ken Harris from Truth in the Afternoon, and I want you to download the Truth app in the Google Play Store and Apple Store so you can never miss my show or any of the award-winning 1017 The Truth. Really, Kyle?
Sherwin, you are crazy.
Sherwin, your impression of me is horrible. Move. Give me my mic. I guess I'll just repeat what Sherwin said. Go to the Google Play Store or Apple Store to download the 1017 The Truth app today so you can take the home of Milwaukee Black Talk with you wherever you are.
Can't listen live? Download the new 1017 The Truth app on your smartphone today to catch up on all your favorite shows. Search 1017 The Truth on your Google Play Store or Apple App Store so you don't miss out on any of the action.
Dear employer,
my name is Phil Martin.
My name is Michael Roskovich.
Ronaldo Bird.
Zach Deiser. I am writing to express my excitement at the opportunity to join your team.
As someone on the spectrum,
I possess a unique set of skills
that sets me apart from other candidates.
My detail-oriented nature allows me to communicate complex ideas,
to break down data,
to have no fear in meeting new people.
I may communicate in ways that are different from what you are used to.
Structure, routine,
and clear expectation.
Help me do my best work.
My autism allows me to have a perspective that needs to be seen and heard.
It allows me to make the world safer and improve systems in ways others can't.
It allows me to bring people's inner worlds to life with my artwork.
My autism
will bring your team important insights.
Thank you for your consideration.
An autistic inclusive workplace is good for business. It's time to make a change. Learn more at autismspeaks.org/win.
This is the 2025 Black Family Wellness Expo presented by the Lynx Incorporated and in partnership with the Varsity Blood Center of Wisconsin. Live from Thrive on King on 1017 The Truth app, and streaming live on YouTube.
Hey, oh, hey, hey, oh, hey, oh, hey.
Oh, he killing it.
This taking the church with him.
He's killing it with this. Let me sing to it.
Come and talk to me. I love you too, girl. I really want to know your
See, you don't know nothing about this, Benjamin. Let me break it down.
I wrote the lyrics.
You don't know nothing about this.
I wrote these lyrics.
Let me tell you something. This is what you used to play in the background when you was on the phone. You couldn't text. You had to sit on the phone with a young lady and talk to her. So you play this in the background. I'm like, you going to the dance tomorrow? I'm gonna be there, you know. What you wearing? Okay. What about after the dance? What you doing? You know, maybe go to Denny's. Denny's was the spot back then, you know. Because if you took a chick to Denny's, that means you were showing her to everybody. Everybody was seeing you with her. You sitting with her at Denny's. So it was different back then.
I ain't gonna lie to you, Dan.
Because you were from old school Milwaukee gang.
When it comes down to those ideas, one thing that I always think about is, how did y'all always get caught cheating back in the 90s? If like y'all didn't even have all these devices.
First of all,
like we got Facebook, we got Instagram. I can see how you get caught cheating there. Y'all just had house phones.
First of all, black men don't cheat.
Okay.
Let's
well, you was a black boy then.
Let's honor that.
You was a black boy.
And if I wasn't married, I wasn't cheating. I was single, black man, young man doing my thing.
Yeah.
But what would happen was, back in those days, you know, I didn't get caught up until cell phones came out. But what would happen back in those days was, you know, you write letters. People would write letters and say, "Oh, I like you," and then they would show them to other people, and then that's how you would get caught. Like in middle school and high school, with talking to 2 or 3 chicks at one time, was you writing letters? And so my father always told me, I was writing a letter one time. He walked up on me writing a letter. "Boy, what is you doing?" I was like, "I'm writing a letter to, you know, express my feelings for this woman." He was like, so she can show it to everybody?
Yeah.
And then if you're talking to somebody else, so Pops put me up on game early, so I never wrote letters. All my girlfriends from middle school and high school can attest to that. I never wrote letters. And then if I'm on the phone with you, I'm going to talk to you at the house. We didn't have cell phones. We may have had, if you had a cousin that was in the streets, you may have had a beeper or something like that. We may have had that. But it wasn't the same.
You really, one thing that your father should have taught you, if anything, is he should have just taught you how to come down to Varsity, all right, and donate some blood. All right, he should have taught you that. All right, we are live from
Let's bring it back.
King. Yeah, we are live from Dive on King for the 2025 Black Family Wellness Expo, presented by the Links, incorporated in partnership with the Varsity Blood Center of Wisconsin.
Yes.
All right, and with that being said, I ain't gonna lie to you though, that is a part of Black Family Wellness. Like, I think that's beautiful that you have your father around to even show you some game. You know, even when we talked about earlier, the Big Brothers and Big Sisters program. Like, if you don't got no mentor in your life at all, if you don't have that mother or that father, you know, you need a mentor. Right. However, if you do, cherish all those moments though, because that's what a good parent does. They are really your first teacher. They should be like a mentor to you. Naturally, a city girl said people get caught up with phone numbers written on a piece of paper in the pockets. See, natural city girl, we didn't do that either. You had to memorize. People would get caught up. We would go to Afrofest back in the day. All right, bet. And so we had a spot at Afrofest, me and my guys. It was one of the second light pole in the middle. That was our spot. So we would stand there, and as if we weren't walking around, because you walk around, you're going to miss stuff. So we would stand there and kick it, and as the women and the chicks would walk past, we hollering at them. But if you get a new one, you can't write her number down in front of everybody because everybody's watching. What would you do then? You had to remember it. You just gonna remember the girl. So if you messed up a number by the time you got home and wrote it down, you was salty. And hope that but you had to remember, because you might mess up something that's coming along the way. It could have been a cold piece right there. That you right, and you done messed up. You done messed up a number, like J. Cole said. You flipped the number wrong, and you go call it, and you mad about it, you know, and you stuck out there. So those are naturally a city girl. We had. Back in the day, we had rules and regulations that we used to follow. You know, I would have said I hoped I would have followed those same rules and regulations as I got older, and I didn't. Well, you know, it's interesting that you bring up Afrofest, though. You know, because again, when we were talking about Black Family Wellness, I think one of the exciting things about just being black is celebrating your black pride. You know what I'm saying? You celebrating what it really means to be black. You know, and I wish that because I did experience the Afrofest when I was a child. I didn't get a chance to experience it when I was grown. Oh, it was a different thing when you grown. Oh yeah, everything is right. Like perspective is everything. But as a child, child being down there at the Afro Fest. Again, it was one of them things for me where I can't say it was necessarily culture shock, but it was like, damn, like I love being here. Like from all the music to all the good food that used to be down there. It was just one of these things that I wish Milwaukee would bring back to some degree. You know, even if they figure out a new way to celebrate the Juneteenth idea, like how to bring that up a bit bigger. I know this year they're finna quote unquote partner with Juneteenth. Juneteenth is finna be down at Summerfest or whatever. So you know,
that may become like Afrofest because they're gonna have those type of things. They got the Black Arts Festival that's around the same weekend that because Afrofest typically was in the first weekend of August. So they got the Black Arts Festival around that same time. But who knows? Juneteenth can turn into that. But what Afrofest symbolized was community, and what most important about community is people helping each other, and that's why we're down at the Diversity Blood Center. It's for the black community to help on each other and to support each other and come to our own blood donorships in our own neighborhoods. It can't get no blacker than MLK at the Thrive On Center. Come down here, give blood, and learn about your blood type, learn about the ways that you can save life at Diversity Blood Center, and come check out these resources that they got down here. Come check out, they got food down here, they got all these different vendors at the tables. Come check it out, and then, you know, come to Diversity Blood Center. Me and my man Benjamin sitting in here, come holler at us. We sitting in the back.
Yeah, no, for real, because like again, when it comes down to donating blood, damn, like one thing that I've learned about being a black man and donating blood, or being a black woman and donating blood, is black blood is truly needed when it comes down to combating ideas like sickle cell.
Yes.
You know, I didn't even know that until I started working with The Truth, and I heard that information from the VP here with Versity, and I was like, dang, Chris Miskell, that's his name. But I was like, dang, like I didn't even realize how, you know, when they always say, you know, am I my brother's keeper? Well, you know, you're not truly doing a good task at it if you're not out here donating blood as a black person, simply because our black brothers and sisters who do suffer from things like sickle cell need our blood. Like again, maybe I should actually donate more blood. If I'm A positive blood, you know, I should probably donate more just to help those brothers and sisters out there that do suffer from sickle cell.
You should, and we all should. We all should do our part more.
Yeah.
And I'm not gonna say I donate blood all the time, but I have in the past, and it's something that we should do more often, so that in those situations like sickle cell, which affects only black people, we can help those black people in those situations.
No, that's a real thing. That is a real thing, Dan, man. And we just need to be focused on how much more can we help our community? Because I think, you know, once we start helping our community, that's how we build our community. But call in Truth Nation 833-212-1017. Let us know how you feel about black culture today. You know, we were just talking about Afrofest, and one thing that's popular in Milwaukee culture today is the St. Patty's parade.
It always drives me. How can I say this? Not to cut you off,
go ahead.
But not to cut off your wisdom, as the righteous would say.
Hey, no, I'm not that wise. I just be living life.
As the Pyramid Brothers would say. Let me say this. How did we get into celebrating St. Patty's Day so hard? You know, how did we now the Irish people have shown a kindred spirit to black causes, to Gaza, to South Africa. So I understand there's that revolutionary spirit that comes with the Irishman, that comes with the African American and the African. They've always been, you know, we've been side by side as far as that country. But you know, how did we get so deeply involved in St. Patty's Day? Because I've known people in the past that every year they was dressed in their green, going hard, just as drunk as anybody else in the spot. Not me though, but I'm just saying.
I think
you get drunk on St. Patty's Day?
I think we're indoctrinated.
Let me ask you. Let me put you on the spot on the air. How inebriated do you get on St. Patrick's Day? Is it an excuse for Benjamin to turn up?
You know what? I'm not gonna lie. I definitely participate. I participate in the festivities, man. Like I said, I'm a black Irish. You know, I'm celebrating my heritage. You know, I celebrate my culture.
Break it down for him why you black Irish. They think you playing.
No, for real. No, my great-great-grandfather was an Irishman. He had a red beard, red hair. He was called Red. That's as Irish as it get. And he wasn't even like my slave master or nothing like that. You know what I'm saying? He wasn't even my slave master. Because I have like a white DNA in me or whatever, but it wasn't up until my grandmother's mother, who was actually a mixed race child. So again, my grandmother's grandfather.
So your great-great-grandfather got it in with a black woman.
My great-grandfather got it in with a black woman.
Your great-grandfather. Not even, so you said two greats. So your great-grandfather.
Yeah. My great-great-grandfather is a pure-blood Irishman. My great-grandfather was an Irishman who actually slept with a black woman.
Oh, so it's your great-grandfather. So was he mixed or something too? He wasn't mixed. Well, he couldn't be mixed.
No, he was an Irishman as well.
So your great-grandfather is pure Irish blood. That ain't that far away.
Yeah, it's really not. When you get to talking about like generations, he lived in like the late 1800s to the early 1900s.
Yeah, that ain't that far away.
It's really not. But again, it's so interesting when you talk about DNA, because when I started growing my beard and stuff, and I started like looking at my hairs, I'll be having like red. That
you got red hairs and stuff?
Yeah. And I'm like, dog, that's my great-great-grandfather inside of me.
Well, you know, they got the Mau and stuff. They got reddish hairs and stuff like that.
That's real.
But yeah, I feel you. I haven't done the Ancestry.com or the DNA stuff. My daughters did it, and we got some Asian in us.
You got some Asian, dog?
From somewhere. I don't know.
Okay, that's all good.
Know. It's like 1% of Vietnamese from someplace. I don't know where it came, and she had it, and it was on. And then when she took the test, it said it came from her father's side. So I'm like, wow. I wonder where it come from. You know what I'm saying? So I'm kind of scared to do it though. But
well, I'm scared to do it as well, because I ain't never done the ancestry DNA, and I'm glad I didn't, because there was some research that came out that said that BlackRock ended up buying all that information.
So now they got all your stuff, right? I read that.
They got all your information, got your blood types and all that good stuff.
Know all your ailments, know all of the stuff that affects you, and they got all this information. That's powerful information to have on somebody. Powerful.
And this may be a little rabbit hole a little bit, but you know, they could create a
you got to play the X-Files when we finna go down the rabbit hole.
Hey, they could put together a biochemical, virus against you, specifically targeted against you. They may now know that you are allergic to peanuts. They may now know that you were allergic to something that you didn't even know that you were allergic from. So
they could put out. You could be somewhere in a group of people, rabbit hole talk. You could be somewhere in a group of people. They just want to kill you. They know your biological stuff. Put something out there, and it just kills you, and everybody else is fine.
Yeah.
But you, because you have this one part of your DNA that is allergic to this, and that, or you may not even be aware of it, and they are, and boom, now you're dead.
Nah, for real, man. And I know y'all already see the airplanes when they be shooting out that jet spray. You know, that jet spray that be in the clouds, that be creating the clouds and stuff. Just imagine
chemtrails.
The chemtrails. Just imagine if they did that over an entire community that they knew would suffer from a particular ailment. But hey.
Ooh.
Okay. But again, this is your boy Benjamin and Dame Elsie, and we are live from Thrive on King for the 2025 Black Family Wellness Expo presented by The Links. All right, when we return, Truth Nation, we will be speaking with Jasmine Johnson, all right, Area Vice President of Blood Services Operations. So when we come back, Truth Nation, all right, we're going to go down the rabbit hole a bit more, all right? I am Benjamin, and this is Damien Elsie. When we return, we will be speaking with Jasmine Johnson, Area Vice President.
More of the 2025 Black Family Wellness Expo presented by The Links Incorporated and in partnership with Versity Blood Center of Wisconsin, live from Thrive on King, is next on 1017 The Truth app, and streaming live on YouTube. Milwaukee Black Talk.
And Joe Biden wasn't very controversial. He wasn't. Now, he might have done some things in his long, storied past, but if you all have been in the same line of work for 46 years, you probably have done some questionable things too. Joe Biden was a safe choice. He was a level of common sense. He was a level of stability. He was a familiar political commodity. Democrats don't have that right now. Democrats are caught with their pants completely down.
Listen to The Truth with Sherwin Hughes, weekdays from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m.
President Trump and Elon Musk are forcing radical changes in Washington, from stopping payments for health care and threatening to restrict abortion rights to accessing Americans' private information. With Washington out of control, who we elect to the Wisconsin Supreme Court could be the last line of defense of our rights. The ACLU Voter Education Fund does not endorse or oppose candidates, but wants you to cast an informed vote in the Wisconsin Supreme Court election. So where do the candidates land on issues like abortion? Brad Schimmel stated he supports banning abortion. Susan Crawford successfully protected abortion rights while representing Planned Parenthood in Wisconsin. We need a Wisconsin Supreme Court that can be a check and balance to protect us when our rights are threatened at the federal level. On April 1st, Wisconsin voters will make a critical decision about the future of abortion in our state. To learn more about the Wisconsin Supreme Court candidates, visit aclu.org/WI2025. Paid for by ACLU Voter Education Fund, 212-549-2500. Not authorized by any candidate or candidate's agent or committee.
ACLU Voter Education Fund is responsible for the content of this advertising.
American Family Insurance is a lot like Captain America. He protects the world.
It's just doing my job.
And we help protect your dreams with amazing auto and home coverage. American Family Insurance. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com. And see Marvel Studios' Captain America: Brave New World.
Suit up. We need to move.
In theaters February 14th. This film is not yet rated.
Products not available in every state. American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI, and its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
Keep your business safe, secure, and spotless with the Omega Security Guard and Cleaning Team. Proudly located in Milwaukee and female-owned, Omega delivers professional security and tailored cleaning services to meet your needs. Whether it's event security or a custom cleaning plan, their dedicated team goes above and beyond to exceed your expectations. Because at Omega, they're not just your service provider, they're your partner in peace of mind. Contact Omega Security Guard today or online at OmegaSecurityGuard.com. Omega Security Guard and Cleaning, protecting what matters most.
You are listening to 2025 Black Family Wellness Expo, presented by the Links Incorporated and in partnership with the Verse City Blood Center of Wisconsin. Live from Thrive on King on 1017 The Truth app, and streaming live on YouTube.
Hey.
There we go. Look at that bounce.
Talk about a warm welcome.
Roll out. Hey. Yeah. Welcome back, Truth Nation. It is your boy Benjamin, and I am alongside my boy, my player partner, Damian LZ.
What's up?
All right, and we are broadcasting live from Thrive on King for the 2025 Black Family Wellness Expo, presented by the Links Incorporated in a partnership with the Varsity Blood Center of Wisconsin. And we are pleased to be joined by the illustrious, the magnanimous, Jasmine Johnson, Area Vice President of Blood Services Operations. Jasmine, how you doing?
Well, after that introduction, I'm like, I need that to roll back. I just need to play that every single morning. No, it's great to be here, and you show so much love towards me. Thank you so much for having me here with you all today, and thanks for being here and coming out.
Yeah, no problem. Hey, you guys called, and we answered the request. You know what I'm saying? With that being said, Jasmine, so we've actually already talked about this kind of earlier in our program today, revealed how Benjamin is A positive, when it comes down to my blood type. But why is it so important to donate blood, especially in the Black community?
Well, it's important to donate blood in general because people need people. Only a human can donate to another human. And I might add, technology and advancement in healthcare is always evolving. Varsity does have a world-renowned blood research institute on the campus of the Milwaukee Regional Medical Center. But when it comes to treating individuals with sickle cell disease, those are the individuals and our family members that look like us.
Right.
And in that particular case, matching does matter from a standpoint of we are more likely to have the specific marker and the rare marker, such as an RO blood type, that helps treat and make our sickle cell patients, being able to be functional.
RO. What's the RO?
So it's a particular marker inside of your blood panel.
Okay.
And so you can be any blood type and still have that RO marker within that, and that is the specific component that aids sickle cell patients to be able to get through their crisis through the blood transfusions. And here in the 53212 zip code,
it makes them last longer, and the blood that they take lasts longer. And
through transfusions, the treatment,
so
and get them out their crisis
So
sooner.
if they got the RO in it when they get the transfusion, they can keep that blood longer before the next transfusion.
It helps them get out the crisis, out the pain crisis sooner.
There you go.
And so here in the 53212 zip code, there are nearly 80 individuals living with sickle cell disease, but less than 20% of the blood donations for an RO patient comes from this particular zip code. And so when you talk about a single sickle cell patient, on average, goes through 100 units of blood every single year.
Every year?
Every year on average.
And that's how much blood they need?
Every time they present to the hospital in a crisis, that's an average amount of transfusions that they need. And it takes about 20 RO donors to support one sickle cell patient.
So when you are an RO donor, how do you know that you're an RO donor? Is this just blood that everybody has? Is this a marker everybody has?
I'm not that VIP. Like, I'm O-Pos, but I'm not an RO donor, right? And so I do have, more universal capabilities as an O donor, but I am not RO. Our CEO, who is an African-American man leading this amazing national organization, he is an RO donor. And so while we are more likely to have the RO marker, not all of us do. And how you find out is through when you become a blood donor at Varsity Blood Center of Wisconsin, you are able to go through all of the paneling, and through the core process of making for sure the blood is healthy. You also are given the opportunity to learn about your blood type. Are you an RO donor? And actually, we're typing here today, and so in between breaks, right next door, our colleagues from diagnostic labs are testing to either learn your blood type and or know if you are a RO donor. And so that is why it's so important, because sickle cell patients look like us, and we are more likely to be an RO donor. And so for those individuals that are suffering from a genetic disorder, that they didn't ask for this, they didn't sign up, and so we at Varsity Blood Center of Wisconsin, which, mind you, we are the exclusive, as in the only, as in the sole blood provider for every single hospital in Southeast Wisconsin. Every single one.
That's crazy.
And I know there are people ask questions all the time, well, what's the difference between Varsity and another? And I'm like, well, global crises are important, but it's your neighbor that maybe got in that horrific car accident that needs blood transfusions. There are, procedures through organ transplant, even with living donors, like, Judge Derek Mosley he's a living recipient of a kidney transplant. He required blood units through that procedure. A family who are about to become new parents and unexpectedly has a premature child born that's in the NICU and needs platelets. That is our donors that are coming through, giving time that they can never give back, and making that significant blood donation to either maybe someone they know or giving that gift of life to somebody that they will probably never even meet.
Here, Truth Nation, we are joined by Jasmine Johnson, Area Vice President of Blood Services Operations, live down here on Thrive on King at Varsity Blood Center of Wisconsin. I'm not going to lie, that's a huge flex, Jasmine, the fact that you guys support all the hospitals here in southeastern Wisconsin. I want to ask you this question, though. It being, the 5th anniversary of the pandemic, how were you all affected by the pandemic when it comes down to donating blood?
Well, our team here,
if at all,
definitely impacted. Our team here, we're essential workers. That was part. They were collecting blood and showing up to work in such a horrific time for many of all of us, right? So a lot of us lost a lot of loved ones, but through that time of uncertainty and ambiguity, even with our donors, it was a fearful time. A lot of us didn't know what to expect, but it was also one of the few places you could go. And so being able to have the doors open, because we still had to supply the blood to the hospitals, even more so because a lot of the hospitals were at capacity, right? Because there was a lot of folks that we know, unfortunately, that were in during the global pandemic. And so we're essential workers. Despite what goes on around us, we always say we're in the business of preparing for what we hope never happens.
Right.
Because when like no one gets up in the morning and is like, you know what, I want to get in a really bad car accident. I want somebody to run that red light and hit me so much so I can need blood.
Right.
No one wakes up. My great grandmother used to always say, if only the morning knew what the afternoon saw. So I am in the business with my teammates here, ensuring that when life happens unexpectedly, that's one less stressor, that someone going through a car accident, going through their baby in the NICU, needing blood, like a blood product, they shouldn't be stressed out. That's a component that we can help solve. And so, you know, we are in a healthcare organization, but we rely on, as a nonprofit organization, our donors coming in, and it's so important because it's a lot of our community that are utilizing blood products on a higher level, but we are not reflective of the donor base.
And what you're saying is a real flex, and it bears repeating that what you said about Versity being the spot that provides for all of southeastern Wisconsin.
All 57.
So if you want to help your family immediately, help someone that you know immediately, and not be concerned about, oh, it's going to go someplace else, come here and donate your blood and help your neighbor, literally. Yeah.
And one thing that I don't think people truly even understand is it doesn't even take a lot of time. And we as a people, part of our fabric has been service and advocacy and giving back. And in less than 30 minutes, with one whole blood donation, you can save up to 3 lives.
Wow.
And we all serve, and we all do things and spend time giving back to different organizations, but I serve a lot, and I know, because we've been in a lot of the same rooms and spaces over like a long period of time.
We go back years.
But even the work that we have done, we didn't do 3 people each in less than a half an hour, though.
Right. You weren't saving 3 lives in less than. How did the links get involved? Now, you're representing the blood services operations here in Versity, but you're also representing the links. How did the links get involved in wanting to make this happen today?
Well, this is the Links Incorporated, which is a national organization. This is our 3rd annual Black Family Wellness Expo, and I'm a member of the Milwaukee chapter of the Links Incorporated, and we partnered with our sister chapter here in Milwaukee, Cream City, Links, and every single chapter across the entire country. Today is our National Day of Impact. Wow. And so all chapters of the Links Incorporated on this day are hosting these events all over the country. So, you know, a blessing of being connected to such a pillar of our community through Versity Blood Center of Wisconsin, being here as a tenant, being able to bring the resources to the community, specifically on this day with an organization doing service as we do at the Links Incorporated was super special.
Now, Jasmine, when you talk about the resources that you guys are all able to bring to the community, what are those resources?
Yeah, so you can get your blood pressure checked here today. The city of Milwaukee has several departments that are represented, from like the Office of Wellness, Children's Hospital, AARP, the NAACP is here doing voter education, because don't forget April 1st, like there is an election coming up. So it's a full gamut. We're having wellness, mindfulness workshop that's open up to the family. So this is a family-friendly event. Kinship, the anchor restaurant that is here in Thrive On Collaboration, they're doing cooking, healthy cooking demonstrations here as well. And so come get us a healthy snack, come get some resources, come learn your blood type, as well as, you know, maybe you today is your day. And people, I'm scared of needles, but they all tatted. Like, come on, come through. We're here till 2 o'clock today. It's just a different type of gift, right? And so, but first things first, at least come learn your blood type.
Yeah.
Let's start there.
Now, Jasmine, since I do got you here, I call myself the king of the rabbit holes. I want to ask you this question.
How deep? How deep we about to go? We only got like
I'm sitting back.
20 seconds.
I'm sitting back. Let you talk.
We can go.
Y'all talk directly.
Really quick. This is just a real quick question. So you had mentioned before that only a human could donate blood to another human. However, when we talk about organ donating, people are talking about, you know, you can get a heart from a pig.
I'm not doing that.
You're not doing it.
This is Jasmine Johnson. I'm taking my Varsity Blood Center of Wisconsin hat off.
Yeah.
Like, no, we're not
ain't
doing
for the
that.
best with it.
No.
All right, that's all good, man.
To each his own.
Yeah.
I'm not knocking anybody else, but you asked me the question. So I'm answering as Jasmine.
No, hey, and that's real because I ain't trying to take a pig heart either. But you know,
I didn't know. I just
hey, but there's folks out here, you know, they talk about new technologies that are being made or whatever. People are talking about 3D printed organs and things like that. You know, do you think that that'll be an idea that will, you know, lead future advancement when it comes down to healthcare?
I think that advancement in healthcare is happening every single day. And much like anything else, it's a personal choice and decision. But the thing that I'm hoping through our conversation and you all being here today is that we at least take an active role to learn. Our people perish from a lack of knowledge. And so regardless of what those advancements are, there has been things historically that have impacted us and our reasons of not having as much trust in the healthcare system. But that's why I feel even why I've chosen to serve and lead in healthcare for over 20 years in different capacities, because I feel like I am a trusted voice. And I'm not going to lead my people in the wrong direction. But I want us to at least participate in those advancements, participating in clinical trials. You know, Varsity Blood Research Institute is working diligently every day. We are a world-renowned blood research institution looking for cures of blood disorders every single day. There was actually an invention from a 3D printer that's used in military battle to help a soldier coagulate quickly to help stop the bleeding that was done right on Watertown Plank on our campus. And so those advancements are being done every day. There's people that are devoting their life to research. And so yes, there's advancements, there's 3D printing, there's things that are coming down the pike. I still love the human aspect of it, but needless to say, have an open mind and just be willing to learn and make your own independent decision.
Okay, and then last question, Jasmine, before we do get you up out of here. You are a black woman in the position that you are in. What's something that you could say to inspire another young black girl out there, even a young black boy out there, to reach the pinnacles of success of yourself?
The advice that I would give is we have to do a better job of sitting at our elders' feet. Absolutely. And in our current climate, it's a lot of things that many of our grandparents and great-grandparents and even those prior to them fought. And we're fighting some of the similar fights. But if history repeats itself, learning from the wisdom from the people that have already gone through it. And I am here because people have lifted me and have spoken my name in rooms that I was not in. But it took the diligence of spending the time with the elders and in the busyness of life. Because life is lifing for every single one of us right now. We have to take those moments to still spend time and listen and sit at their feet while they are still here.
Learn. Learn, because they running the same plays on the
same plays.
And we keep falling for the same play. But we don't recognize the play until it's too late. But if we talk to our elders, we'll see the play coming before it comes, and we know what we're doing.
And be prepared.
Yep.
That's beautiful.
I always think that.
That's beautiful. Thank you so much, Jasmine.
Thank you, Jazz.
Thank you for having me.
No, seriously.
It's so good to see you.
Yeah. Y'all have known each other for a long time.
Yeah.
I wish I knew you better.
And it's beautiful to see her in this position because I know her heart. I know what she does for the community. And it's beautiful to see her here doing it even more so. So.
It was a pleasure. And I look forward to connecting and getting to know you as well.
Come down to 1017 The Truth at 3rd Street Market Hall. You run this back. You know what I'm saying? We can talk more and we go further down.
I will go down the rabbit hole with you again, sir.
All right. Well, Truth Nation, that was Jasmine Johnson, Area Vice President of Blood Services Operations. This is your boy, Benjamin, and that is Damian Elsie. We are live from Thrive on King for the 2025 Black Family Wellness Expo, presented by the Links. Make sure you get your tail down here, donate some blood, and just really come and experience what programs the black community has to offer to you. All right, I am Benjamin, and when we come back, we'll go further down the rabbit hole of today's show.
More of the 2025 Black Family Wellness Expo presented by the Links Incorporated and in partnership with Varsity Blood Center of Wisconsin, live from Thrive on King, is next on 1017 The Truth app, and streaming live on YouTube.
Here at the new 1017 The Truth, we aim to be a staple in Milwaukee's Black community. We are committed to partnering with local organizations and supporting Black-owned businesses. We are proud to call Milwaukee our city and promise to be a positive reflection of our community. We look forward to celebrating Black culture and excellence with you every day as we make history and continue to uplift the voices in our city. Join us for the journey at the new 1017 The Truth, founded by Gruber Law Offices. Milwaukee Black Talk.
Truth Nation, it's your boy Tory Lowe, and I need to let you know the award-winning Tory Lowe Show can now be streamed live on YouTube. How? Every day from 1 to 4. I am now bringing all the smoke on YouTube every single weekday. I need you to go to YouTube right now and subscribe to 1017 The Truth and check out the award-winning Tory Lowe Show live every afternoon. Milwaukee Black Talk is now streaming live on YouTube. Now that's powerful.
The award-winning 1017 The Truth proudly celebrates Women's History Month. Listen to one of our incredible Truth teammates highlight the remarkable achievements of Black women throughout history.
Hey everybody, it's Melanie Ricks from the award-winning 1017 The Truth. For Women's History Month, I want to highlight Maya Angelou for the incredible impact that she had on society. Maya Angelou, of course, most famously known for her unique and pioneering autobiographical writing style. One of her most well-known publications, I Know Why the Caged Bird Sings, was written in 1969, and it's still relevant in the year 2024. Maya Angelou was an American author, poet, civil rights activist, and she rose to prominence with the writing of that incredible and historic piece. Miss Angelou was a storyteller. She was a truth teller. She was someone who was able to bring together different groups of people simply with written word. She was someone who spoke from experience and spoke from others' experience and made sure that all Americans knew the true Black experience, and she was never afraid to speak on it and to write on it from a place of sincerity, a place of hurt. To this day, Still I Rise is one of the greatest pieces of work that I have ever read. You may write me down in history with your bitter, twisted lies. You may trod me in the very dirt, but still like dust, I'll rise. Does my sassiness upset you? Why are you beset with gloom? Because I walk like I've got oil wells pumping in my living room? Just like moons and like suns, with the certainty of tides, just like hope springing high. Still, I'll rise. Thank you, Maya Angelou, for all of your contributions. Your impact is truly everlasting.
Tune in to The Truth as we celebrate the greatness of Black women all month long. You are listening to 2025 Black Family Wellness Expo, presented by the Lynx Incorporated and in partnership with the Versity Blood Center of Wisconsin. Live from Thrive on King on 1017 The Truth app, and streaming live on YouTube.
What's up, Truth Nation? It is your boy Benjamin, and I am joined by my brother Damian LZ. All right, yes, and we are broadcasting live from Thrive on King for the 2025 Black Family Wellness Expo, presented by the Lynx Incorporated and in partnership with the Versity Blood Center of Wisconsin. All right, we just got done speaking with Jasmine Johnson, who honestly I'm elated by. I'm glad that I got a chance to speak with her, just because I love experiencing Black excellence. You know, I love when somebody knows so much about their topic, and then just, you know, somebody who is in love with the craft of what they do. Again, just donating blood. Very convincing. So get yourself down here and donate some blood. It's completely free. It takes you less than 30 minutes to do, and ultimately you'll help save a life by doing so. All right. In her conversation, I just learned that, you know, people who do suffer from sickle cell, especially people in the Black community, literally need about 100 units of blood
a year.
100 units of blood, my dog.
Yeah.
Dog. That means that population of people who do suffer from the ailment of sickle cell, they need just about all of us in the city of Milwaukee to donate every day. Yeah. All right, that's a lot of blood, bro.
And you can do it. You can do it. You can come down to the Diversity Blood Center or go to any other Diversity Blood Center spot within the city and donate that blood and make sure it affects those that you know directly. Help your neighbor. Right. You're literally helping your neighbor when you come down here and donate blood at Diversity Health Center. That was the most important thing that I think I learned from Jasmine, because a lot of times people have these, well, I'm giving my blood, but who is it going to? And I don't want to be sending it all over I don't know them people, but you actually know that when you come here and donate that blood, it's going to somebody in southeastern Wisconsin, so it's going to somebody that's your neighbor. So you're helping your neighbor, you're being neighborly, you're being a part of the community, and that's what we are on The Truth 101.7. The Truth, we part of the community. So if you're listening to us right now, you want to be a part of the community, you are a part of the community, come down there and donate blood and show even more how you a part of the community. Right, correct. And just come down here to Thrive on King, man. Like we definitely need these things. We definitely need more blood. And people just need more help. You know, one of the things that I, even talking to Jasmine again, it's just like, dog, I never realized how much we rely on one another to just live. Right. You know, there's somebody out there right now who truly does need blood donation. You know, one of the things is that even my mom, earlier on in her life, she had to do a blood transfusion because she had lost about 6 units of blood, and that was a lot of blood for her, so somebody, and whoever that was, I thank them for donating blood from way back when, because my mother wouldn't be around, I wouldn't be around. That's an excellent story to tell, because people don't understand how this impacts them on a daily basis. Right. The people that you know, I got brothers that I know that have to go get blood transfusions and go do all of that stuff on a weekly basis, every couple of days, and so I'm happy that those brothers are still alive because of that, because other people are giving blood. I've known people that have had to give blood going through whatever ailments they going through, and they have to get transfusions, and without those transfusions, those brothers and sisters wouldn't be here. And so they have daughters, they have sons, they have wives, they have mothers, they have fathers, people that are affected by their life, and by you donating blood, you are extending their life and making the effect that they're able to have on other people's lives greater. Like you were talking about earlier, the butterfly effect, not go down the rabbit hole with you again, but the butterfly effect is real. So you just by giving that blood, you're extending the life of someone else and making their life better and making them be able to affect other people's lives. So it's a ripple effect just by giving. Yeah, now that's real. That's real. And as they do say, Dame, the highest act of mankind, one of the best feelings you could ever do as a human being is to be of service to the next. Yes. Again, this doesn't take a lot of your time. It literally takes less than 30 minutes. I remember doing this myself back in December. Remember getting up on the nice cushioned seat, sitting down, having a nice young lady come up and help me out. We talked about TikTok for a little moment. The TikTok ban, if it was going to happen, if it wasn't going to happen. We sat back, had that conversation, but ultimately it only took me literally 15 minutes. I thought it was going to be a little bit longer than that. Especially because back in the day, Dan, one thing that I used to do, I used to actually donate plasma. I used to donate plasma, just to make a buck. I've done that before. Yeah, hey man, everybody has. Yeah, that was a part of the hustle. You know what I'm saying? But ultimately, even with that being said, that was me being of service to others. Because people do need plasma, but more importantly, people need blood as well. And I think that's where Versity at Thrive on King, excels at. For them to be, the blood supplier for all of southeastern Wisconsin hospitals, that's a big deal. That's a very big deal. And I mean, on one end, the humanitarian in me is like, man, that is great. On the other end, the businessman in me, how much money Chris Miskell got? All right, I want to know what the president got. All right, I want to know what his salary is. He probably makes a reasonable salary. I don't know if it's a non-profit or nothing like that, but you're running such a great organization. Hopefully you get paid well. The blood money. I want to know, because I'm a businessman as well. I want to know what the numbers look like, because if this is a business that black people and black families can get into, then why not? We always talk about how we're being marginalized into just being a rapper or being a thug or being the lower versions of ourselves. What about if you went out there into the world and decided to own your own varsity one day, owning your own blood center, and that way you help out the black community? You know what I'm saying? I ain't never heard nobody owning the blood center, but I assume it's possible. Yeah. But I might have to get into business. That you could privatize a personalized blood center, like I want my own varsity. A mom and pa shop of tires or something. I want my own
on Varsity. I want to learn about blood. I want to learn how to donate blood, and I want to know how to sell the blood. I need to come back down here to Varsity and talk to the president all over.
Benjamin want to be a vampire, yo.
Hey, and it's okay. It's okay. That running my bloodline too. That running my bloodline too. Y'all, in real life, Blade is my cousin. You know, so
you got Irish in you and you got Blade in you. Pause.
Hey, all I'm saying is, man, I want to get to the money, and if it's blood money, then so be it. All right, but ultimately, coming down and donating your blood at Thrive on King right here at the Varsity Blood Center of Wisconsin is an amazing feat to do. It's an amazing thing that you could do for your fellow human being, because ultimately we need this blood, especially in the black community, because folks out there are suffering from sickle cell, and you are the only person, black people out there, that can actually give another person that blood. So
there you go.
Yeah,
Jasmine dropped us on us with the sickle cell and the RO type, and it making that sickle cell donation. When they get that RO type, then it enables them to not have to get a transfusion ever so often. It extends the time in between there, and it makes their recovery process faster. So y'all go ahead and donate that blood. Come on down, holla at us.
Yeah, you go donate blood, but then it also, leads to the conversation of donating other things. So folks out here, trying to be like Will Smith, donating 7 pounds. The eyes, the bone marrow, donating organs. You ever thought about that type of stuff, Dan? Would you ever donate an eye or a liver?
Nah, I never put mine.
Would you donate 7 pounds of your
you ain't gotta yell at me because I ain't doing it. I'm not gonna say that. I donate some blood, but I gotta keep my organs. Unless because I don't want to say I'm conspiracy theory. I don't want to say I'm gonna donate that and then somebody go pat. Now I'm taking your organs. I don't want that. No.
End up on the black market somewhere.
It's gonna be up for grabs until I'm on my last breath on my dying bed, whether or not I'm gonna give my organs up. I don't want nobody to know but me and God that I'm gonna give my organs up. That's where we go.
Right. Because I ain't gonna lie. To know what your insides look like is crazy.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't even want to know what my insides look like. Like, if my intestines really fell out, I don't want to see that.
How'd you get there? How you get to talking about your intestines falling out?
You can donate intestines.
But I'm just saying, you're not going to see it if you're donating it. You're going to be dead.
Well, you can donate never mind.
You can't donate a part of your intestine, can you?
I don't know.
Somebody look that up. Google that and see. I don't think you can donate a part of your intestine. You can get a part cut out.
I know you can, donate a part of your liver.
Yeah, you can do that.
Because the liver can regenerate.
Yeah, you can do that.
Only a little bit. Only a little bit, But with that being said, Truth Nation, man, this is your boy Benjamin. Damian Elzy. We are live from Thrive on King at the Varsity Blood Center of Wisconsin. All right, we had Jasmine Johnson on, who educated us on a little bit about donating blood, how easy it is to do, and how,
You had a Mitch McConnell freeze right there.
Yeah,
when he froze when he was talking, you had a Benjamin freeze, not a brain freeze, a Benjamin freeze.
I'm not gonna lie though, Damien. If that was a freeze, I wonder what Dr. Ken be doing. Because Dr. Ken, he be freezing up for real. All right, if y'all ever tap into Truth in the Afternoon with Dr. Ken Harris and watch him live on YouTube. All right, check out his show.
He here somewhere. He gonna run up on here and drop kick you in a second.
He
you know how Ken get down.
Yeah, man. He was a police officer before. He used to abusing some people. I always get at him for that. That's my boy though. I appreciate Dr. Ken, because ultimately, like Jasmine Johnson has said before, we need to be at the feet of our elders. We actually need to take in some wisdom from them, because they got a lot of knowledge to give.
He RO? Our main guy is RO.
You RO, Sean? What?
So you can't.
No, you gotta go and donate. You gotta donate, bro. Oh, okay,
yeah, you gotta donate, man. You one of the few, one of the special.
Man, Sean is our new director of content. He is down here at Thrive on King, about to donate blood. Again, it's completely free. He's going through the process. He's donating blood right now.
See how easy it worked? He just walked away, walked back there, found out what his blood type was, and now he comes back, and he's one of the few, one of the special. I'm not gonna say I'm a part of that group, because I don't want nobody kidnapping me, but I might be. I don't know.
Yeah, and I will say this though: if you have already participated in St. Patty's Day and some festivities, I would definitely suggest to just think about it before you do come. All right, and clean up your blood. All right, because the alcohol blood level content, ain't nobody trying to get drunk off your blood. That's all I'm saying. But with that being said, Truth Nation, I am Benjamin. This is Damian Elzy. We are live from Thrive on King for the Black Family Wellness Expo 2025 edition. All right, presented by the Links, incorporated in a partnership with the Varsity Blood Center of Wisconsin. Get your tail down down here and donate some blood. It's completely free, and you too can save a life. When we return, we will be wrapping up the show. All right. Yeah. Holla at your boy. It's Benjamin and Damian LZ.
Yes,
More of the 2025 Black Family Wellness Expo presented by the Lynx Incorporated and in partnership with Versity Blood Center of Wisconsin, live from Thrive on King, is next on 1017 The Truth app, and streaming live on YouTube.
Start jamming in the morning and get your daily drop of juice.
Juice gets you hydrated and started for your day. And that's what we plan to do from 7 a.m. to 9 a.m.
Every single morning, we're going to be keeping you in the mix, talking about everything you care about all before 9 a.m.
So wipe that crust out your eyes and get ready for jamming with juice.
Turning your mornings into your favorite part of the day.
Get that stank breath out of here. Brush your teeth.
It's it, bro. Like, what? Catch Jammin' with Juice
from 7 a.m. to 9 a.m.
Good morning, Milwaukee.
President Trump and Elon Musk are forcing radical changes in Washington, from stopping payments for health care and threatening to restrict abortion rights to accessing Americans' private information. With Washington out of control, who we elect to the Wisconsin Supreme Court could be the last line of defense of our rights. The ACLU Voter Education Fund does not endorse or oppose candidates, but wants you to cast an informed vote in the Wisconsin Supreme Court election. So where do the candidates land on issues like abortion? Brad Schimmel stated he supports banning abortion. Susan Crawford successfully protected abortion rights while representing Planned Parenthood in Wisconsin. We need a Wisconsin Supreme Court that can be a check and balance to protect us when our rights are threatened at the federal level. On April 1st, Wisconsin voters will make a critical decision about the future of abortion in our state. To learn more about the Wisconsin Supreme Court candidates, visit aclu.org/WI2025. Paid for by ACLU Voter Education Fund, 212-549-2500. Not authorized by any candidate or candidate's agent or committee.
ACLU Voter Education Fund is responsible for the content of this advertising.
It's 1017 The Truth. Dr. Ken Harris for Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. We talk a lot about the unprecedented quality and service you get from Pella, but talking to the people who work there, you can tell how much they genuinely love what they do. Helping fulfill people's dreams is very rewarding to them, and it shows through their tremendous efforts. Pella consultants take the time to listen to each customer, finding the right solution that works for their home. They know that everyone's situation is different. Maybe you have a historic home you're renovating, or it's a new build with unique finishes. Pella designers can customize windows and doors to perfectly match any one-of-a-kind abode. They're with you from start till finish. It's like having a friend on call throughout the project and beyond. They don't disappear after the sale. Right now, take advantage of windows as low as $32 per month and doors as low as $89 per month. Certain restrictions apply. Ends March 31st, 2025. Get started today at PellaWI.com.
This is the 2025 Black Family Wellness Expo, presented by the Lynx Incorporated and in partnership with the Versity Blood Center of Wisconsin. Live from Thrive on King on 1017 The Truth app, and streaming live on YouTube.
Oh, yeah.
Round and round, round and round.
Still clown.
Round and round, round and round. Welcome back, Truth Nation. It is your boy, Benjamin and Damian LZ in the building, and we are live, Truth Nation. We are live from Thrive on King, Versity Blood Center of Wisconsin. All right, and I'm not going to lie to y'all, Truth Nation. This has been an amazing day. It's not only St. Patty's Day, but it's the Black Family Wellness Expo, presented by the Lynx, incorporated in partnership with the Versity Blood Center of Wisconsin.
Yes.
And I'll tell y'all this, man. What makes this day so great is the fact that I'm able to see our communities celebrate one another. You know, I'm seeing on one end the Irish community going out and celebrating, and I am an Irish man. I'm a black Irish, so I'm celebrating those festivities. And then I'm also a black man as well. So with that being said, I'm down here celebrating the Black Family Wellness Expo of 2025, presented by the Lynx, and I have learned so many different things, not only about the black community, but also about myself. I have learned, well, I guess I already knew it, but I'm A positive, Damien. I'm A positive. All right, so I can donate some blood and help somebody else out there who is like A positive blood as well, which most people are.
Most people are. Mm-hmm. But we just found out and we said it before the break. The station manager is RO.
Oh Sean Dunn.
And so that he's RO, and that's how quickly it can happen. Y'all can come down here, you get your blood tested, and then they just wanting to see what type you are. You're not finna, it's not intrusive. It's none of that.
Right.
So they just come 5 minutes, you find out, and then you find out how important you may be to other people in the community, other black people in the community. You may be one of the most important people for those with sickle cell or any other black person in the community. So
straight up,
your blackness is on the line. Come check it out.
Hell yeah. And it's just crazy though, because Sean Don just like that found out that he was RO positive.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And RO is one of the rarest forms of actual blood. Right. Again, I believe Jasmine said that you need that to actually be able to donate.
You need it for sickle cell.
There you go.
Anybody can have, you can be any type of blood type, but then when they go deeper into it, when you have that RO in there, it helps with this, like Jasmine was saying, and we just learned this from her, is that it helps with the sickle cell, and it allows for their transition from pain to normalcy go faster. Right. And it also helps them have to have a longer duration between the times that they don't have to get blood transfusions, because that RO in there helps what's the word I want to say? It adapts to their body and their blood quicker, and it maintains longer. So it's like getting oil change, and you're getting the good oil opposed to the bad oil. Now the bad oil may last, but it ain't gonna last as long as that good oil gonna last. So you're getting that good oil in you, it's gonna last longer. So come down here, y'all. We down at Diversity Blood Center, Thrive on King, and y'all come check us out, man.
And I wanna, because we'll be wrapping up here in the next minute or so, but I also wanna go on and say this, because ultimately, as you know, Diversity Blood Center Wisconsin is building up community, as Black Family Wellness Expo, presented by Allenz, is building up community. 101.7 The Truth here in Milwaukee, Wisconsin is building up community. And what I mean by that is, we're breaking down barriers that once separated us, so we can be vulnerable with one another. And you can do that in our YouTube chat board. And I want to shout out to Miss Lana Banana, for being so vulnerable about her assault case, being in the military. And I want to shout out to Not Really a City Girl as well, because she got that girl back. All right, so hop in the YouTube chat board, say what you feel. But ultimately, I just want to give my heart out to anybody out there who has been a victim of sexual assault. And I want to put my fist in the air for people out there donating blood, especially the black people donating blood to help out sickle cell. I am Benjamin, all right, and this is Damian Elzie, and we are live from Thrive on King for the 2025 Black Family Wellness Expo presented by the Links. Make certain that you get your tail down here and donate some blood. It is completely free, takes less than 30 minutes. You can get some good snacks and leave feeling good. I am Benjamin. That is Damian Elzie.
Yes,
and make
sir.
certain that you come down here to donate blood, because it is the highest act of humanity.
We need you.
We need you. Talk to y'all later, Truth Nation.
Peace.
More of the 2025 Black Family Wellness Expo, presented by the Links Incorporated and in partnership with Versity Blood Center of Wisconsin, live from Thrive on King, is next on 101.7 The Truth app, and streaming live on YouTube. Milwaukee's Black Talk lives here. You are listening to 101.7 FM, 1510 AM WGKB Waukesha, and W269DL Milwaukee, a locally owned Good Karma brand station.
From the biggest plays on the court to the comments made in the locker room after, an in-depth recap of every Bucks game in 6 minutes. No more, no less. Bucks in 6 provides game recaps for every game. Hear the high-flying dunks from Giannis.
Puts it on the floor, spins down the lane, and plunges it through.
Or the deep threes from Dame.
Dame time has arrived with 107.
Bucks in 6 on the Bucks Plus Audio Network. Find it now on bucks.com/plus or on Spotify, Apple, and wherever you get your podcasts.
This is Sherwin Hughes from The Truth with Sherwin Hughes. And Truth Nation, you can now watch my show live on YouTube every day from 9 a.m. until noon. Yep, you can get 3 full hours of watching Sherwin doing his thing, streaming live on YouTube Monday through Friday. You'll get the same insightful conversations about policy, politics, and lifestyle, while also seeing my reaction to the unpredictability of our listeners. So go to YouTube right now, subscribe to 101.7 The Truth, and see this wonderful smile live every day.
Truth Nation, let us talk our ish for a moment. There is no other station in the country where you get a front row seat to hear from some of the biggest names in politics, pop culture, and sports. People like Grammy Award winner John Legend.
Knowing that fight isn't over, knowing that we've got to stay motivated and stay inspired
Glory was a song that myself and Carmen wrote. Two brothers from the Midwest, from Chicago and from Springfield, Ohio.
Oscar award-winning actor Don Cheadle.
I know that we're the bright, shiny thing that sometimes gets the attention, but I would say don't listen to celebrities. You don't have to listen to us. Listen to yourself.
And President Donald Trump's son, Don Jr.
When did we have a strong economy? And I don't think anyone with a straight face can say right now. And the reality, when you look at it, it's not even voting for my father. Look at the team that's now surrounding him.
Tap into the award-winning and nationally recognized 1017 The Truth by downloading the Truth app and streaming us live at 1017 The Truth on YouTube. Milwaukee Black Talk.
Dear employer,
my name is Phil Martin.
My name is Michael Roskovich.
Ronaldo Bird.
Zach Deiser. I am writing to express my excitement at the opportunity to join your team.
As someone on the spectrum,
I possess a unique set of skills
that sets me apart from other candidates.
My detail-oriented nature allows me to communicate complex ideas,
to break down data,
to have no fear in meeting new people.
I may communicate in ways that are different from what you are used to.
Structure, routine,
and clear expectation.
Help me do my best work.
My autism allows me to have a perspective that needs to be seen and heard.
It allows me to make the world safer and improve systems in ways others can't.
It allows me to bring people's inner worlds to life with my artwork.
My autism
will bring your team important insights.
Thank you for your consideration.
An autistic inclusive workplace is good for business. It's time to make a change. Learn more at autismspeaks.org/win.
Truth Nation, we are excited to celebrate the 2025 Black Family Wellness Expo, which is happening now. Come on down to Thrive on King to receive basic healthcare services such as blood pressure checks and to learn your actual blood type. You can even make a blood donation today and save a life. Join our conversation as we broadcast live for the 2025 Black Family Wellness Expo presented by the Links Incorporated and in partnership with Verse City Blood Center of Wisconsin. Now, live from Thrive on King, here are your hosts, Kyle Wallace and Bailey Coleman.
This is the Black Family Wellness Expo here at Thrive on King. I am Kyle Wallace, the host of the next 2 hours. Thank you so much to Ben Jammin, and also thank you so much to Dame LZ for holding us down for the first hour of the Black Family Wellness Expo, presented by Links Incorporated and also in partnership with Varsity Blood Center of Wisconsin. I am so excited to be here. I'll be joined by Bailey Coleman as we'll take you through a journey for the next 2 hours and we'll talk about the importance of health, the importance of advocating for your health, and the importance of being knowledgeable about your health. But definitely I want y'all to come on down. I want y'all to come on down to the Varsity Blood Center of Wisconsin at Thrive on King. And Thrive on King in the first place is a beautiful new facility that we have in Milwaukee that is a collaboration of many different organizations and businesses as we come together that really focus on health. It's 2153 North Dr. MLK Jr. Drive, and I'm telling y'all, there's so many great resources, whether you're talking about myself. I got some nice resources from Ascension as they were talking about different healthcare aspects. I also had an opportunity to speak with somebody from the Milwaukee Health Department as well. NAACP is here. There's just so many great resources down here, and then on top of that, you have a great opportunity to give blood. It is so important to give blood because, especially in our community, there's so many different individuals who grow up with sickle cell disease, and with sickle cell disease, many African Americans are impacted by that, and they need blood transfusions, and so the opportunity to be able to get that from other African Americans is so important. So yes, this is the Black Family Wellness Expo live on 1017 The Truth, and the first thing I really wanted to talk about is just the importance of health, right? And the importance of getting the resources out there, because something that, you don't really know unless you go in different places and be exposed to it, is you don't really realize how many great, resources are available to you that could be beneficial for your health. So even today, as I was walking through, I didn't realize that here in Wisconsin, you have an opportunity to get grants in Milwaukee to help remediate the lead issues that we have here, because that is something that's huge, something very, very that's huge, that's impactful in our community. But if you want to join in on the conversation, again, thank you to Benjamin and thank you to Dame LZ for taking us through the first 2 hours of the show. But if you want to join in on the conversation, you can always join in at 833-212-1017. You can also watch and stream us live on YouTube. And something that really I always thought about is why we have health disparities here in the first place. Because one thing you'll hear people talk about is the health disparities between African Americans and this race or these people, right? And it always made me think about why we have these health disparities. And then as I grew a little bit older, there was a new term that I heard that was talked about, Truth Nation, and that was food deserts, right? The term of having food deserts in a lot of communities, and you really don't know too much, what that is and how that's impactful to a lot of communities growing up, especially as a kid that grew up in the 90s. I really wasn't aware of food desert because I grew up not too far off of Capitol where we had Cubs food until it turned into Jewel Osco, and then I believe it turned into Pick and Save or whatever it is at Capitol Court now. But I just remember having that close to me, not realizing and understanding that in some neighborhoods across Milwaukee, people didn't have access to be able to get healthy food. People didn't have access to be able to get affordable food. People weren't able to get access to find the things that could be nutritional value to them in order for them to grow up with a healthy lifestyle. And so the reason why I'm talking about the importance of not having food deserts is the fact that you realize when you have areas that there are food deserts and when you have places that don't offer healthy, nutritional, valuable food to a lot of different people, you find yourself in a situation where, unfortunately, you're going to be struggling health-wise, right? And so there's a level of importance that we need to be emphasized on be able to have access to affordable food, right, and not ultra-processed food. Because when you have ultra-processed food, that is what leads to negative health impacts, right, for a lot of different people, right? And then you think about when you don't have access to healthy food close to you, you lean on something called fast food that is extremely ultra-processed as well. So I think it's so important that we have these type of conversations and we talk about the importance of putting our health first, right? We talk about the benefits of taking care of your body. And I remember having a conversation with my uncle probably a couple years back, right? And my uncle's in his 50s, and so that's probably a decade ago. And so what happens is we have these ebb and flows of where we have these points in our lives where we put an emphasis on making sure that we are being healthier, right? We're eating healthier. And I remember having a conversation with my uncle about taking care of your body. And so my uncle, single man, been single basically the majority of his life. He's been in relationships, but he's been single in the sense of never been married. And so with my uncle never ever being married, it's always interesting to have conversations with him. But one thing that's funny and I thought was real is that we were having a conversation just talking about overall health benefits. And I'll never forget the story he told me. He said, Kyle, one thing that I don't understand about people is that people will treat a luxury vehicle, right? Like you take all this time, you work hard, and you get the car you want, right? You get a luxury vehicle, a nice luxury vehicle, whether it's a Mercedes-Benz, a BMW, whatever you want it to be, right? You take the time to get these luxury vehicles, and when you get a luxury vehicle, you make sure you put the premium gas in there because you don't want to mess up the engine. You make sure you get that yearly oil change because you want to make sure that the car is operating right? You make sure you get everything you need done to make sure that car that is a pristine car, that car that is a luxury vehicle, you make sure that vehicle has everything that it needs, the fuel that it needs, right? The care that it needs in order to be great. And he said, that's crazy to me, Kyle, because then when you think about your body, why don't we have the same mentality when we think about taking care of the one body that we get, the luxury vehicle that we walk in every single day, that we sleep in, that we do activities in, that we work in, that we move in, right? He said, why don't we look at our bodies like a luxury vehicle that it truly is? Because a lot of us will eat these processed foods. A lot of us will go to these fast food restaurants. A lot of us will eat those nasty sugars that we shouldn't be eating. We'll consume things that will slow our body down. He said, so Kyle, when you look at your body, you got to start looking at your body as if your body is a luxury vehicle because you only get one body. And so with that, he explained to me, this is why it's important for us to be mindful about what we're putting into our body. Be mindful about doing the exercise. Being mindful about taking care of ourselves because when you don't take care of yourself, it could lead to negative health impacts. And I said, Uncle, you ain't never been more true. Because he's that uncle that definitely, sometimes you take what he say with a grain of salt. You definitely take what he says with a grain of salt, because he's just that single guy that's been living free. But that right there, right, that message that he told to me before a decade ago, that truly resonated with me. It really resonated with me, and still to this day, I think I'm a work in progress, and I just think about the message that he told me and the story that he told me, and this is why it's so important for us to take care of ourselves and take care of our bodies. But 833-212-1017. This is the Black Family Wellness Expo here live. Yes, we are live from Thrive on King, sponsored by the Links Incorporated in partnership with Varsity Blood Center of Wisconsin. I want to continue to have this conversation talking about valuing our health and taking care of our bodies right here on the award-winning 1017 The Truth. And we come back on the other side. I'm going to be joined by Bailey Coleman, and Bailey's going to join me, and she's going to talk about her health journey. And also, we're going to have a conversation talking about health disparities, right? Because health disparities is something that we all have to, we not all of us face, but many people in the black community face. And how do we eliminate ourselves of these health disparities, right? And then on top of that, we're also going to have a conversation talking about just women's health and men's health, and make sure we're being active when we're going to the doctor, and how should we be proactive in our lives and in our health. And then lastly, we're going to also get personal and talk about our own personal journeys of our own health, because I know I went through a health journey myself personally. Lord blessed me where I didn't have any major health issues, but I went on a journey myself to have a better, healthy lifestyle. So again, keep it locked. You're listening to the Black Family Wellness Expo special. Coming up next, I will be joined by the wonderful Miss Bailey Coleman, and we'll continue having this conversation, talking about the importance of taking care of our health. And come on down to the Black Family Wellness Expo at Thrive on King, located at 2153 North MLK Drive. But again, we'll have more conversation on the other side.
More of the 2025 Black Family Wellness Expo, presented by the Links Incorporated and in partnership with Varsity Blood Center of Wisconsin, live from Thrive on King, is next on 1017 The Truth app, and streaming live on YouTube.
Here at the new 1017 The Truth, we aim to be a staple in Milwaukee's Black community. We are committed to partnering with local organizations and supporting Black-owned businesses. We are proud to call Milwaukee our city and promise to be a positive reflection of our community. We look forward to celebrating Black culture and excellence with you every day as we make history and continue to uplift the voices in our city. Join us for the journey at the new 1017 The Truth, founded by Gruber Law Offices. Milwaukee, Black Talk.
It's 1017 The Truth's Dr. Ken Harris for Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. We talk a lot about the unprecedented quality and service you get from Pella, but talking to the people who work there, you can tell how much they genuinely love what they do. Helping fulfill people's dreams is very rewarding to them, and it shows through their tremendous efforts. Pella consultants take the time to listen to each customer, finding the right solution that works for their home. They know that everyone's situation is different. Maybe you have a historic home you're renovating, or it's a new build with unique finishes. Pella designers can customize windows and doors to perfectly match any one-of-a-kind abode. They're with you from start till finish. It's like having a friend on call throughout the project and beyond. They don't disappear after the sale. Right now, take advantage of windows as low as $32 per month and doors as low as $89 per month. Certain restrictions apply. Ends March 31st, 2025. Get started today at PellaWI.com.
Did you know the gap between Black and white students in Milwaukee continues to expand and is among the worst in the nation?
Or that the overall learning gap in Milwaukee is nearly twice that of the national average for Black students?
Milwaukee, you can do better.
But in charter schools like Milwaukee College Prep, Black and Hispanic students have stronger growth than kids at traditional public schools.
That's some really good news.
For nearly 3 decades, Milwaukee College Prep has been redefining what's possible. Give the education all kids deserve. Donate today at mkeprep.com.
You want to feel important. You want to be a part of something bigger, something that matters and can help change things. You want to feel like you belong. We know. We felt that way too. And that's why we did something about it. We aren't just Army National Guard soldiers. We are normal people just like you. And together, we can make a difference. Take on your legacy. Visit NationalGuard.com to find out more.
Sponsored by the Wisconsin Army National Guard. Aired by the Wisconsin Broadcasters Association and this station.
You are listening to 2025 Black Family Wellness Expo, presented by the Lynx Incorporated and in partnership with the Verse City Blood Center of Wisconsin. Live from Thrive on King on 1017 The Truth app, and streaming live on YouTube.
Oh, yeah. I get around.
And we are back here at the Black Family Wellness Expo at Thrive on King, sponsored and presented by the Lynx Incorporated in partnership with Diversity Blood Center of Wisconsin. Come on down because there are phenomenal, and I mean phenomenal, resources out there. As you can see, they hooked me up with some toothpaste,
see,
some floss.
That's what I'm trying to get into right there.
Yeah, and that wonderful voice you hear is the wonderful Miss Bailey, Coleman Bailey. How you doing today?
You know what? The morning started off rough, but I'm just glad to be here this morning.
The morning started off rough. A Saturday morning started off rough.
Come on now.
That's not good. What?
Saturday mornings like this tug at your health. So let's.
Yeah, I definitely. I usually like a nice and relaxing Saturday morning.
Yeah, me too.
The Saturday morning, because for your health,
right?
It's important that you have a nice, relaxing Saturday morning.
Exactly.
And speaking about health, real quick, like that's something that I was talking to somebody earlier today. Talking to my girl earlier today, and we were talking about. Stress, right? Stress is something that can lead to having heart conditions and negative health impacts. And so I think it's so important when we are being mindful of our health is understanding that we need to reduce the amount of stress that we have in our lives. We need to make sure that we're not smoking, we're not drinking, we're not doing anything that puts our body at a disadvantage. But the one thing you got to try to control is definitely try to control that stress level that you have in your life.
Yeah, you know what? That is so true. And stress comes, and sometimes you don't even know you're stressed out.
Ain't that the truth?
And then you have to be, that's why mindfulness is extremely important. Being aware of who you are and where you are and in the space that you're in.
Yeah.
Because sometimes you could go days and days and months and sometimes years and not know or realize the amount of stress you're under.
Yeah. The one thing that's interesting to me is that I live a pretty stress-free life. I know being a manager, as you've been a manager before as well, that could be stressful sometimes. They really don't.
Oh my gosh!
One thing they never tell you is they tell you when you manage people that you're not just managing people for their work. You're also like a therapist.
Oh, you are a therapist.
There's more than that, right?
Parent.
Yeah. So you take on you take on a lot of people's stress sometimes, which is something that I wasn't used to because I live a pretty stress-free life.
Right.
Like I live a very, very stress-free life because at the end of the day, to me, it's like, you know what? I'm not doing anything that's rocket science in my life. I'm not a doctor. Most stuff I do day to day is not life or death, right? It's not life or death. But one thing I realized is I didn't realize I was stressed out.
Yeah.
When I was working at UW Parkside, right, Bailey?
Okay.
And so I worked at UW Parkside, and I drove about 50 minutes there, 50 minutes back. So I'm in my car close to 2 hours per day, dealing with traffic, with construction, driving to UW Parkside. I did that for about 3 years of my life where I was driving back and forth, right? And so then when I stopped working at UW Parkside, I ended up working closer to Milwaukee. So now my commute to work is about 20 minutes max, right?
Okay.
At that point, I realized something. I realized when I got home earlier, I wasn't in traffic as long, is that I wasn't like as tense. Like I wasn't stressed out, but I realized being able to get home at, 5 o'clock versus 5:30 or 5:40.
Right.
Being able to get off at 4:30 and go run some errands and still be home before 5:30.
Yeah.
I realized that I was stressed out simply by driving, by being in traffic, by never really having the necessary time to just kind of debrief, right? Like, because when you're in the car, you may be out of work, but you're still driving, which can be stressful, and you got to stay aware, you got to stay alert. Then you get home, and then you got to do all these things. And so I realized, Bailey, is that just simply having an extra 40 minutes, 45 minutes to do what I got to do or go relax at home, I really felt like, oh, my gosh, this is amazing.
Yeah.
This is incredible.
Yeah.
And so that, to me, was just a little inkling of when you don't know your body's under stress until you get out of a situation.
Well, look at this. I totally get that because it was similar for me. Now, you know, I worked at another radio
You the queen, you queen, Bailey.
Anyways, so whatever. at one point, I was managing all of Wisconsin for them.
Yes, that's a big deal.
So
multiple radio stations.
Yeah, and from here to Madison. And, you know, that time period, and I still was on the air at the main station that I came from, too.
Yeah.
Right?
Would you 3 or 4 hours on air?
4 hours.
Yeah.
And then, you know, helping to manage that station, too, just kind of overseeing. But I tell you, once I stopped doing that, it changed everything.
Yeah.
I mean, I lost a lot of weight. It felt there was such a relief and a release of so much pressure.
Yeah.
Because when you get in those bigger positions, you may not realize that you're taking on all that stress.
Yes.
You don't see, you don't feel it, you don't know. You're just taking
doing
it on.
it.
Yeah, and you getting that money too, right?
Yeah,
you getting the money. Money's good.
Yeah, money.
Can't be mad.
Yeah, but money's good. You can't be mad. That's true.
But you're taking on all sorts of stress that you did not realize, or you don't think that you're taking on. You're just jumping over another hurdle.
Yeah.
You know, and another one is presented, you're jumping over that one, and you're just going. I mean, you're running the ball, right?
Yep.
That's what you got to do. So you don't realize that you're taking on all that stress, and then as a result, when you get a break from it, like that's why it's so important for people to take vacations, because they don't realize, you know, you need a break from that.
Ain't that the truth?
You know,
ain't that the truth? Running.
If you can get more than a week of vacation time, that's how they keep you on the hamster wheel. If you could only get 1 week.
If you're gonna get a week of vacation, you need to move on. It's not even, them benefits ain't even worth it. I'm gonna tell you that. I'm gonna tell you that now. Them benefits ain't even worth it.
But if you can get more than a week in a row, right? You get you 2 weeks in a row, you can really decompress and let go and get that healthy time in that you need.
And I think that's so important where I think one of the things, and again, you're listening to the Black Family Wellness Expo here on 101.7 The Truth. You can watch and stream us live on YouTube by going to 101.7 The Truth on YouTube. I'm Kyle Wallace. She is Bailey Coleman. And we're just talking about all different type of health aspects as here today at the Black Family Wellness Expo. You have an opportunity to be exposed to all of the great resources here. You can give blood as well and help save a life as well. So it's so important. But right now we're starting talking about a conversation about stress, because stress can again have negative impacts on individuals. And one thing I think, you know, people don't also realize is yes, vacation is so important, but simply having, you know, coming home and having hobbies, that's great. But being able to break off is something you got to be able to do. Because that's something that I haven't been able to successfully do, is detach myself. I'm always on. Always on.
Well, see, here's the thing. Radio is your hobby.
Yeah,
you know, people ask me, what is your hobby? Radio.
That's very true.
I mean, it's what you do full time, but it's also a hobby because there are so many different aspects of it, right? That it's really hard to just let go. I mean, I really don't have any other,
That's what listen, I enjoy, listen, I don't have many hobbies and free time, so I think that's 100% it. But we have to understand, though, and for specifically for our community, is that I feel like we have trauma that we deal with on a day-to-day, and some of the trauma is, you know, internally from family trauma, but then some of the trauma is societal trauma that we have to deal with as a community. That's added stress, things that we have to think twice about, right? Just in general, walking into certain areas, or even thinking about how we approach people, right? And you know, I had a situation that happened to me recently where I was like, thank goodness this white man was here, because heck, if this white man wasn't here to talk to this other white man, I don't know what could have happened, right?
Wow.
And so it definitely is something that I thought about. Xavier, you said something really quickly. Xavier's our producer here. You said something. Can you just repeat that really quickly for me? Oh, thank you so much. And so I think it's something that is important and vital that we understand that there's some traumas in our life. So I don't know about you or not, Bailey. Have you ever caught yourself thinking about the fact that, man, there's a lot of things that I have to think about or deal with that I feel like other people don't have to think about or deal with that are just stressful, whether it's racism, whether it's how you have to carry yourself in public, or whether it's judgment from different places or pressure where we have certain expectations that others don't. Have you ever found yourself in a situation where you think about the stress levels and you just like, man, I really got to deal with some trauma that others don't?
Yeah, and I know we'll probably talk about it after we come back from the break. Oh, okay. So look, I got to tell you that there hasn't been a day in my life, I think, that I haven't dealt with something like that. Let me tell you, when you walk into, a place, you immediately assess your situation, no matter where you are. Whether you're walking into the grocery store, a Walmart, or wherever, or whether you're, if you're black, you are, right?
Yeah.
You may not say it, but that's what you're doing. And in the workplace, there's been few workplaces. I've worked at several. I've been privileged enough to work at several places where I didn't have to worry about whether or not I was black. But you do, right?
You sure do.
And people can say what they want. Oh, we're not, and da-da-da-da-da. But unless it's black owned, 99.9% of the time, you're wondering, okay, is this happening to me because I'm black? That's the first thing that comes to your mind, because a lot of times, if you're not working in an African American environment, the truth is the truth.
Yeah.
And you're going to be, if there's cuts going on or something's happening, you're going to be the first ones that they cut.
Yep, and then learning how to navigate that too. That's something that's so important. And again, you just talk about the additional added stress of simply going to work day to day and understanding that there's just a difference, right? Like sometimes, sometimes you want to feel free, but then other times you always have to be mindful, right?
Yeah,
you always have to be mindful. You never get too comfortable.
And the thing is, even if that's the case and they're messing with you or getting rid of you because, you're African American, you can't say anything about it. You can't say nothing,
Yeah.
Why you come over here first? The real is the real, you know what I mean?
Yeah. And so, again, I just think it's so important that we're very mindful of the stress that we take on, because, again, this stress can be extremely traumatic for us, and it can have negative health impacts for us as well. And I just feel like it's so important that we as a community understand that. But then on top of that, something just overall, I know here, talking about Milwaukee, because that's where we are, is that in Milwaukee, we have individuals in our community who do great. We have a lot of individuals that are doing successful, then we have some individuals that aren't. And we have to understand that some of the things that people face when it comes to poverty, right? There's a lot of communities that are impoverished, and they look all different colors.
Yeah.
But here in Milwaukee, when we talk about poverty, black people, on the north side at least, are the face of poverty in Milwaukee. And what comes with that is stress that you can't even imagine, right? The levels of anxiety you can't even imagine. And I just remember, Bailey, when I worked at Marquette, we did the Black and Latino Male Achievement event that they had. And they hosted it, BLMA is what it was called. They hosted it on Marquette's campus. And I had an opportunity to talk to students. And each mentor got a table of high school students, and you talk to those students about their life. And I remember there was a gentleman who kind of was doing the speaking, getting everything started. And he asked for everybody, if anybody here, again, I'm working with high school students.
Okay.
If anybody here has been impacted or knows somebody in a family or knows a family friend or somebody that's been impacted by gun violence, raise your hand. Bailey, when I say I was sitting at a table with 14 through 18-year-olds, and the only person who did not raise their hand was the probably 8-year-old me at that time. And I was astonished by the fact that every single young man at this table raised their hand about how they were negatively impacted by gun violence, how they knew somebody in their teens, whether it was a family member, whether it was a friend, they knew somebody that was negatively impacted by gun violence. And it was crazy to me because for me, that's not a reality. But understanding that there are kids that have to cope with something as traumatic as gunfire, gunshots, people being hurt, is astonishing. And that is stressful that you carry, and we don't have the mental health resources, or I feel like we don't have the want to, because it's kind of this big stigma in our community, right, to be able to go and get some type of assistance and help to work through your trauma that you have to deal with, because that's not normal.
No, that's not normal, and it's also not normal for those kids to be shot either. That's a whole different, that's a whole different sort of beast to deal with, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and so luckily none of them were victims of violence, but they had people that were victims, but like that's a nerve-wracking thing.
Think about it. Then it becomes nothing to them. It becomes run-of-the-mill, a daily thing. No big deal. Oh, so-and-so got shot, really? Oh, okay.
Yeah. It is. And so, again, when we think about reducing some of the stress, those are some things that you can definitely reduce. But, again, 833-212-1017, that is the Truth Talk to text line. You can watch and stream us live by going to 101.7 The Truth on YouTube. We are live from the Black Family Wellness Expo, presented by Links Incorporated here, and also in partnership with the Varsity Blood Center of Wisconsin. We are at Thrive on King, located at 2153 North Dr. MLK Drive. Come on down, enjoy the expo, see some of the great resources. Again, I'll talk about what I got in this bag. We talk about MKB Elevate. There's so many great resources, free information that you and the family should come on down for. But when we come back, we will have a conversation with someone from the Links. So keep it locked. You're listening to the Black Family Wellness Expo here on 101.7 The Truth. I am Kyle Wallace. She is Bailey Coleman. We'll have more conversation on the other side.
Links Incorporated and in partnership with Varsity Blood Center of Wisconsin, live from Thrive on King, is next on 101.7 The Truth app, and streaming live on YouTube.
Get the beat of the Bucks straight from a fan favorite and Bucks legend.
Welcome to the fantastic voyage. Marcus Johnson, the captain of this vessel.
Tap into Here District with Marcus Johnson, a Bucks Plus audio production.
My first mate, Chris Johnson, the only father and son tandem.
Your weekly pulse on the Milwaukee Bucks and conversations with the biggest names in basketball. This week, Marcus and Chris are joined by Bucks head coach Doc Rivers. Find Here District now on Bucks.com/plus, the Bucks app, or wherever you get your podcast.
Truth Nation, it's your boy Tory Lowe, and I need to let you know the award-winning Tory Lowe Show can now be streamed live on YouTube every day from 1 to 4. I am now bringing all the smoke on YouTube every single weekday. I need you to go to YouTube right now and subscribe to 101.7 The Truth and check out the award-winning Tory Lowe Show live every afternoon. Milwaukee Black Talk is now streaming live on YouTube. Now that's powerful.
The award-winning 101.7 The Truth proudly celebrates Women's History Month. Listen to one of our incredible Truth teammates highlight the remarkable achievements of Black women throughout history.
What's up, Truth Nation? It's your girl, Noni Juice. And for Women's History Month, I want to highlight my girl, one of my faves, Issa Rae. Issa Rae, born on January 12, 1985, is a multifaceted talent in the entertainment industry. Best known for her role as the creator and star of the HBO series Insecure, Issa Rae has become a prominent figure in reshaping narratives around contemporary Black experiences. Born in Los Angeles, Issa Rae developed her passion for storytelling at an early age. Her journey to prominence began with the creation of the web series The Misadventures of Awkward Black Girl in 2011, showcasing her unique unique comedic voice and garnering a dedicated online following. This success laid the foundation for Insecure, a critically acclaimed series that premiered on HBO in 2016. Issa Rae's portrayal of the lead character Issa D resonated with audiences, earning her widespread acclaim. Beyond acting, Issa Rae is a trailblazing producer committed to amplifying underrepresented voices in the industry. She founded Issa Rae Productions, contributing to projects like A Black Lady Sketch Show and Little, showcasing her dedication to fostering diversity and inclusion. In addition to her impact on screen, Issa Rae has received numerous accolades for her contributions, including Golden Globe nominations and Primetime Emmy Awards recognition. Her influence extends beyond entertainment, making her a powerful force in shaping the cultural landscape. Issa Rae's career exemplifies resilience, creativity, and a commitment to breaking barriers. So thank you, Issa Rae, for paving the way and being a beautiful representation for young women like me in the entertainment industry and beyond. We know you're always down to root for everybody Black.
Tune in to The Truth as we celebrate the greatness of Black women all month long. You are listening to 2025 Black Family Wellness Expo, presented by the Lynx Incorporated and in partnership with the Verse City Blood Center of Wisconsin. Live from Thrive on King on 1017 The Truth app, and streaming live on YouTube.
Black Family Wellness Expo presented by Lynx Incorporated in partnership with Varsity Blood Center of Wisconsin at Thrive on King, located at 2153 North MLK Drive here in Milwaukee. And we just have some phenomenal resources out here today. But before we continue on with our conversation, we have the luxury and the opportunity to speak with Berthina Brister, who is the president of the Cream City Lynx chapter here in Milwaukee. How are you doing today?
I'm doing well. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're glad to have you join us here on the show here. And can you just tell us why is this an event that it looks like the Lynx do across America?
Absolutely. So this is the third annual Black Family Wellness Expo, and this year it morphed into a nationwide event. So we're doing this across the United States.
All right.
On March 15th, all chapters are doing this. We have 299 chapters, 17,000 members, and we contribute over 1 million hours in volunteer services annually.
Oh, wow.
So this day is very important for us because one of the tenets that we're based on is giving back in the community.
Yes.
And what better way to do that is to empower people and let them know about Black wellness and how to be well, whether it's mentally, physically, spiritually. So covering all aspects of health overall.
Oh, that is so wonderful to hear, because that is absolutely so important. So I'm glad that the Lynx made this a nationwide program, so now it's being impactful here to Milwaukee. Now, can you just tell, for those who don't know, what is the Lynx organization?
Well, the Lynx organization is a national organization, like I said, made up of over 17,000 members throughout the United States, and we do have some international chapters as well. And we were founded on the East Coast by two friends, and back in 1949, they wanted to have an opportunity to impact the community. You know, women didn't have a role per se in the community.
You said, what year was that?
1949.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
Yeah.
So they wanted to make their footprint felt in the communities that they lived and served, in conjunction with, their spouses and whatnot. So it's typically, the woman stayed home back in those days. But they thought that their presence was important in the community to assist other people of color. So it started with some health initiatives, some partnerships with some other organizations to ensure that families were well taken care of.
Wow.
Fantastic.
So hi. How you doing? I'm Bailey.
Hey, Bailey.
So how long has the Links organization been in existence in Milwaukee, and what kind of impact has the organization had on our area?
Okay, so we actually have 2 chapters within the Milwaukee area. Our sister chapter is the Milwaukee chapter, and we're the Cream City, Wisconsin chapter. So the Milwaukee chapter has been around for a little bit longer than we have.
Okay.
We're actually celebrating our 35th year this year.
Oh,
so
congratulations.
Wow.
Congratulations.
So
you guys were founded in 1990, the Cream City one.
Absolutely.
I only know that because that's my birth year. So
okay.
so mad.
Look, we're gonna have to have an anniversary together.
Let's do it.
So yeah, we were founded in 1999, but as a whole, as the organization as a whole, along with the community impact things that we do as far as health and wellness, we also provide scholarships. So we have given hundreds of thousands of dollars in scholarships between the 2 organizations to Milwaukee students.
That's wonderful. That's
that
wonderful.
is.
And so what I want to know also is this: is that when I think about the Links, and I know many Links members are part of other organizations, and so I just want to dig in a little bit into myself. I'm representing today. I'm a member of Alpha Phi Fraternity Incorporated, proud member of Alpha Phi Fraternity Incorporated. But what I want to know is what makes someone like you, who I know you're part of many different organizations, but not only part of it, actively part of them, leadership roles. What drives somebody like you to say, I want to be able to be in so many different rooms. I want to be able to impact my community from so many different organizations. What drives somebody to want to be so impactful in our community?
I think what drives me and a lot of members of both chapters and as well as the organization drives us is the partnerships that we have with our community-based individuals like Versity, the Greater Milwaukee Urban League, the NAACP, some of our people that we work and deal with on a regular basis. So I think once when we have those partnerships and we can see the impact that we have in the community, we have an annual event called Denim and Diamonds Plug.
When is the Denim and Diamonds?
It is the first Friday in September annually.
Okay.
But one of the things that struck me last year is we hired a photographer to do the photography and the videography for that event. And so he came back, and at the end of the event, he was like, y'all gave me a scholarship a long time ago.
Really?
And just to have that come back to us. So those types of things give you kind of chills in your bones and stuff. So
Absolutely.
I think that's what drives us to continue to be in the community and do what we do.
Absolutely. So here's my question. With the changes in government right now and the different things that are happening, is your organization, are the Links, retooling and reorganizing and kind of looking to reshape what you do or add into what you already do to help impact the community?
I'll say this. The Links Incorporated is a nonpartisan organization, but what we do and what we continue to do is educate, inform, and advocate for social justice. Okay. So we encourage people to register to vote and to get out to vote. So whatever your political affiliation is, we just want to make sure that your voices are heard. However that looks for you, that's a personal decision. But we just want to make sure that nobody gives up their right to vote.
Right.
Absolutely.
Very good.
All right, so we are here with Berthena Brister, of the Cream City, Wisconsin chapter, here for the Links Incorporated, and we are live from the Black Family Wellness Expo, where you can come on down and bring the family with so many different resources. You talked about voting, right? There was voting resources here. You talked about healthcare. There's healthcare resources here. And so for me, overall, what I want to know is what else do you all have on the horizon as well?
So the Links have 5 facets that they embrace. And one of the facets is services to youth. And part of that is the scholarships that we give out.
Okay.
Some of it is we partner with Seaford Elementary School.
Okay.
So we go in there and we've been doing some tutoring. we had an event in partnership with Versity where we did blood typing and taught them a lot of things about STEM, because that is, kind of the way the world is going at this point. We have an arts component, so we want to expose children to arts, whether it's visual arts, creative arts, theatrical. It's kind of lost in the school system due to budget cuts and whatnot.
Absolutely.
So something that we may be looking at as well, so that might be even more importance of being able to supplement that.
So arts, and of course the health and human services aspect, and we also have international trends and services and national trends and services, and both of those are kind of the same, but one is abroad, international trends and services, and one is local throughout the United States. And I'll say our international trends and services with our partnership in Africa, what we do is we take supplies over to Africa. But the one thing that, one of the other things that we do is we go into the schools and potentially we'll provide funds to, and it sounds simple to us because we're in the States.
I mean, I know you're talking about doing something in Africa.
Okay, exactly.
Ain't nothing simple about it. I done been to Africa. It ain't easy.
Sometimes the schools do not have running water. So we provide funds and resources and connections for that. Sometimes they don't have flushable toilets. Sometimes they don't have personal health care supplies, and sometimes they don't have books. So those are the kind of things that we do internationally to support our sister cities in Africa.
That's fantastic.
Yeah,
That's
I love
fantastic.
it. I love it.
So for today, because we are at Thrive on King, which is in Milwaukee, right? Bronzeville, Milwaukee. What made you all, in this event, I'm assuming it's in collaboration with both Links chapters, or just, both Links. What made you all come together and say, we want to be here at Thrive on King? We want to partner with Versity Blood Center, Wisconsin. What made you all make the decision that this is the space that you wanted to be in to be so impactful for our community?
So I think there's a lot of different things that go into that. Our relationship with Versity is so impactful. We love working with Versity. So anytime there's an opportunity to partner with them, we welcome that. Thrive on King is such a dynamic space. It is in the community that we serve. So not only do we want to highlight the things that we're doing, but we want to bring people into this space so that they can see what this space is and all the services that can be provided here.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. Thank you so much, Berthina, for joining us here today. But more importantly, thank you and to your organization, not only for the work that you're doing here locally, but the work you're doing nationally across this country, and the work you are doing internationally as well, because this is something that is so important. And before we go, are there any last things that you want to talk about for today's event and who all contributed to today's event?
Yes, we absolutely want to recognize and thank our sponsors. So some of the sponsors that we have are the Medical College of Wisconsin, Versity. Again, we love partnering with those two organizations on a regular basis. So we will continue to do that. Some of the organizations that we have here, the North Shore Health Department.
Which is fantastic. I saw that. I said, North Shore Health Department. Okay.
AARP is one of our national partners, so we figure, if that's a national partner, then we need to partner with them locally as well.
The NAACP was here as well.
The Greater Milwaukee Urban League. I mean, the list goes on and on. Aurora, we have Aurora here. I
saw City of Milwaukee Health Department was here.
Yes.
I mean, for me,
they busy because they go over there at the lead drive thing.
So
for them to come over here to partner with us as well, that's a blessing also.
Definitely appreciate that. And again, Bailey, I know I'll probably speak for you on this one.
Yes.
It is so great, again, to have community organizations that are truly trying to give back. So if you and your family have time, come on down. We'll be here until 2 o'clock to the Black Family Wellness Expo, which is presented by the Links Incorporated in partnership with Versity Blood Center of Wisconsin. We're at 2153 North Dr. MLK Drive at Thrive on King. Come on down, see the great resources, and also learn your blood type. And if you have time today, you can also give blood, because giving blood can also save a life. So if you do have time today, go ahead and give back and join us today at the Black Family Wellness Expo. Again, thank you, Berthina, for joining us here today.
All right. Thank you for having us.
Absolutely. This is the Black Family Wellness Expo here on the award-winning 1017 The Truth. Bailey and I will have more conversations talking about empowering your health, making decisions for yourself to lead to a healthier lifestyle on the other side. Keep it locked. You're listening to 1017 The Truth.
More of the 2025 Black Family Wellness Expo presented by the Lynx Incorporated and in partnership with Versity Blood Center of Wisconsin, live from Thrive on King, is next on 1017 The Truth app, and streaming live on YouTube.
It's Kyle Wallace, host of Truth to Power on the award-winning 1017 The Truth, and I want you to tune in every day from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. as I engage in a community conversation I know you want to hear. From topics like our property tax bill price hike, which I know had us all shaking our heads, to the incredible MPS students getting millions of dollars worth of scholarships to pursue their dreams, I have you covered, Milwaukee. So tune in to Truth to Power every day from noon to 1 p.m. on 1017 The Truth app, and streaming live on YouTube.
It's 1017 The Truth. Dr. Ken Harris for Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. We talk a lot about the unprecedented quality and service you get from Pella, but talking to the people who work there, you can tell how much they genuinely love what they do. Helping fulfill people's dreams is very rewarding to them, and it shows through their tremendous efforts. Pella consultants take the time to listen to each customer, finding the right solution that works for their home. They know that everyone's situation is different. Maybe you have a historic home you're renovating, or it's a new build with unique finishes. Pella designers can customize windows and doors to perfectly match any one-of-a-kind abode. They're with you from start till finish. It's like having a friend on call throughout the project and beyond. They don't disappear after the sale. Right now, take advantage of windows as low as $32 per month and doors as low as $89 per month. Certain restrictions apply. Ends March 31st, 2025. Get started today at PellaWI.com.
Make history at the amazing 10th annual UNCF Mayor's Mass Ball on March 29th. Join Mayor Cavalier Johnson for an unforgettable evening that will transform lives. Every dollar raised helps promising local students achieve their college dreams through vital scholarships. This premier gala doesn't just celebrate our community, it builds future leaders. Be a part of Milwaukee's most meaningful social event of the year. Reserve your place now at uncf.org/MMB. That is uncf.org/MMB.
Natural gas is a clean, reliable, and convenient source of energy delivered directly to you through underground pipelines. The pipeline system has an excellent safety record, but there are clues that can help you identify a potential hazard. If you smell the strong odor of rotten eggs, hear an unusual hissing sound, or see blowing dirt or debris, it could be a natural gas leak. Leave the area immediately and call We Energies at 800-261-5325.
We Energies. People you can trust. Energy you can depend on.
You are listening to 2025 Black Family Wellness Expo, presented by the Lynx Incorporated and in partnership with the Versity Blood Center of Wisconsin. Live from Thrive on King on 1017 The Truth app, and streaming live on YouTube.
Thank you. This is the Black Family Wellness Expo. Shout out to our producer, Xavier. He told me the mic is hot, and I said thank you. Which means everybody heard it. But shout out to him holding it down today, giving his weekend, his Saturday, to be here with you, Truth Nation, just like we are, because this is so important. This is so important to get the information out here, but also to encourage as people to make sure they come on down and learn about the resources. As we are live from the Black Family Wellness Expo, presented by Lynx Incorporated in partnership with Versity Blood Center of Wisconsin. I am Kyle Wallace. Alongside me is the wonderful, legendary Bailey Coleman, and we are just down here to encourage people to come on out. And when I tell you there's some awesome resources here, I'm telling you, Bailey.
Absolutely.
There is, again, they talked about some of the people who are here, but I got some toothpaste. I didn't realize Ascension also did some dental work, oral work, because oral health care is so important. A lot of people think that when you think about oral health care, you think about just having cavities. No, oral health care can lead to other issues to the body. So it's so important to have community organizations that are providing health care in our organization. We talk about the lead remediation program. We all know what's happening inside of the schools here at MPS.
Oh, yeah.
With some of the lead pipes and a lot of, I mean, these buildings were built such a long time ago, right? And so MPS might be what we're talking about, but there's a lot of buildings, there's a lot of homes that have lead issues. And so they, so just reading here is that there's a funding grant up to $40,000 per unit with HUD that can help remediate some of the child lead primary prevention program, right? Like you learn about things like this from coming to events like that. So, so it's so important for us to definitely know about the resources that are available to us. But something that I did want to talk about is overall the importance of taking care of your own self and dictating your own life and your own health journey. Because I know for me personally, I had a little bit of a health journey that I was on. It wasn't drastic, but I can tell there was a life change that led to me feeling better and feeling healthier. And so I'll start off just talking about my journey is in 2020, we all know it's the pandemic, right?
Right.
During the pandemic, you know what, I was eating good. I woke up in the morning. I didn't have to go into the office. I literally got to roll out of bed. I did my 8:30 meeting from the computer that we had. Didn't have to turn my camera on. I was in bed. I was kicking it. I got up. I was working, doing my thing, cooking. I was literally cooking sausages, making biscuits, had some cheese, and I'm just multitasking, working away, eating good, laughing, going over to the parents' house, kicking it, like having a great time. So like probably the first 3 weeks, I was living life. And then I stepped on the scale and I realized, I was like, oh boy, I'm kind of eating a lot around here, and I put some weight on, right? And so during the pandemic, I happened to see one of my friend's dad on Facebook. He talked about how he was doing this regimen, right? He was eating a little bit less, he was exercising, and it was causing him to lose a little bit of weight. And so I said to myself, well, if a 50-some, almost 60-year-old can do something like that, let me just try to see if I can do what he did. So I stopped eating chips.
Okay.
I got rid of the sweets.
Not the sweets.
Not the sweets, right? I got rid of the sweets. I stopped eating bread. I had wraps, and so and then I decided I was going to, because I was at home, it was easier to eat a bigger lunch and have a smaller dinner. So I decided I was going to eat a bigger lunch and move around during the day, work out, and eat a little smaller dinner. And I found myself, I started around mid-April. By the time I got to mid-June, I had lost 25 pounds from just simply working out and eating right. And then the great thing was, make sure every year you go to the doctor, because if you do have health insurance, most of the times that you get one checkup a year. Make sure you go to that checkup per year, because you never know what could happen, and also keeping up and tracing what's going on with your health. I remember I didn't have high cholesterol, but I was on the level where I was good, but I was high good. You know what I'm saying? Everything was good, but it was a little bit up there. And everything had dropped back down. Everything had gone to good levels, and I realized making that commitment, staying disciplined with what I was eating, exercising, made a big difference. Where myself now, I haven't been over 200 pounds since the year 2020. And so for me, it's just like, okay, I was able to make that lifestyle change where I was in, 214, 216, 223, and I got older, and I still haven't gotten up to 200 pounds since 2020. And it just showed me that we can really commit ourselves and focus ourselves on making minor tweaks and staying consistent with it, where, again, I'm not perfect.
Right.
I have my times now.
You was talking about them double stuff.
Listen, there was $3 Bailey, the family pack. So I had my moments. I'm gonna tell you why I did that. And so recently I tried doing a liquid diet a little bit. So I was doing some liquid diet.
I remember you telling me.
And so I ended up, I lost like 5 pounds in a matter of like 4 days doing a liquid diet. And I'm like, let me do something here. So I really cut down on sweets. But then I went to the store and I was like, you know what? I've been good. I got down to my goal weight. That I ain't been down under this weight in probably like a year, because I've been trying to get down and I hadn't been able to. And then I did this liquid diet and I cut back and I was able to do it quickly. And so I treated myself, Bailey. I treated myself to some Stacks, little Pringle type trips, and I treated myself to some Oreos. You know why? Because I earned it. I put in 5 weeks of working hard. So I said, this week I'm gonna cheat, but I'm gonna still watch what I eat. So I had me a little bit of some cheat meals this week. But again, trying to stay consistent. So it's just, for me overall, I realized that it's challenging to give up some of these things, but it's so rewarding when you feel that in your body, when you feel healthier, when you don't feel as droggy when you're moving around. So it just, to me, it was just a lifestyle change for me that I'm so happy that I made, and I want to definitely keep it up as things going to continue to happen in life, Lord willing. I start a family, and it's going to be harder to keep up with stuff, and convenience is going to be easier.
That's going to be exciting.
Hopefully, one day, Lord willing. So yeah, but that's just what I just wanted to tell the Truth Nation, is to stay consistent, and it's hard initially to try to shift something, but once you do make that shift, I'm telling you, you'll be so happy.
Yeah.
Be so happy. And Bailey, I want to hear your journey as well, coming up on the other side, as we are broadcasting live from the Black Family Wellness Expo. Come on down, Truth Nation, to enjoy a great event put on by Links Incorporated in partnership with Versity Blood Center of Wisconsin. We are located at Thrive on King. And my favorite aspect of this is I love the fact that we have all these great resources, but we're here at the Versity Blood Center of Wisconsin. And I see people who are giving blood. Our own director of content here at 1017 The Truth, Sean Sean Thompson even took some time to give blood. It took him like 20 minutes. I said, you done already?
See?
He said, yeah. I said, oh, that's great.
Oh, yeah.
Right? But the thing that's great about it is that blood that he's donating can impact so many different lives. And we specifically, depending on what your blood type is, we talk about sickle cell, right? We talk about sickle cell anemia and how that really disproportionately impacts the black community.
Right.
And I'm not sure what Sean's blood type is, but there are a lot of us who can find out our blood type and know that we can help somebody who looks like us, right? Or we can help anybody by donating blood today. So if you have it in your heart today, come on down to the Varsity Blood Center of Wisconsin to donate blood to help save a life. 833-212-1017. That's the Truth Talk to text line. If you want to join the conversation, come on and join the conversation. But more importantly, come on down to the Black Family Wellness Expo. When we come back, we'll continue having a great conversation. She's Bailey Coleman. I'm Kyle Wallace, and we are live on the award-winning 1017 The Truth.
More of the 2025 Black Family Wellness Expo presented by the Links Incorporated and in partnership with Varsity Blood Center of Wisconsin, live from Thrive on King, is next on 1017 The Truth app, and streaming live on YouTube. Breaking news, weather, entertainment, and sports. We have it all here. This is 1017 FM, 1510 AM WGKB Waukesha and W269DL Milwaukee, a locally owned Good Karma brand station.
Join your boy Tory Lowe and the Truth Team for our community cleanup on Saturday, April 12th. Go to truthcommunitycleanup.com to sign up to volunteer at one of our 3 cleanup locations. Everyone who joins gets a free lunch provided by Cousin Subs. Register today by visiting truthcommunitycleanup.com. Bring the whole family to help clean our city. The Tory Lowe Cleanup is presented by 1MKE and sponsored by Cousin Subs, Ray's Coca-Cola, Landmark Credit Union, and Waste Management.
Here at the new 1017 The Truth, we aim to be a staple in Milwaukee's Black community. We are committed to partnering with local organizations and supporting Black-owned businesses. We are proud to call Milwaukee our city and promise to be a positive reflection of our community. We look forward to celebrating Black culture and excellence with you every day as we make history and continue to uplift the voices in our city. Join us for the journey at the new 1017 The Truth, founded by Gruber Law Offices, Milwaukee Black Talk.
Carrie, where's Tory Lowe and Dr. Ken at? I'm trying to knock these commercials out.
How am I supposed to know, Sherwin?
Well, I'm about to do their parts because my impressions are on point anyway. This is Dr. Ken Harris from Truth in the Afternoon, and I want you to download the Truth app in the Google Play Store and Apple Store so you can never miss my show or any of the award-winning 1017 The Truth. Really, Kyle?
Sherwin, you are crazy.
Sherwin, your impression of me is horrible. Move. Give me my mic. I guess I'll just repeat what Sherwin said. Go to the Google Play Store or Apple Store to download the 1017 The Truth app today so you can take the home of Milwaukee Black Talk with you wherever you are.
Can't listen live? Download the new 1017 The Truth app on your smartphone today to catch up on all your favorite shows. Search 1017 The Truth on your Google Play Store or Apple App Store so you don't miss out on any of the action.
Dear employer,
My name is Phil Martin.
My name is Michael Raskovich.
Ronaldo Bird.
Zach Deiser. I am writing to express my excitement at the opportunity to join your team.
As someone on the spectrum, I possess a unique set of skills
that sets me apart from other candidates.
My detail-oriented nature allows me to communicate complex ideas,
to break down data, to have no fear in meeting new people.
I may communicate in ways that are different from what you are used to.
Structure, routine,
and clear expectation.
Help me do my best work.
My autism allows me to have a perspective that needs to be seen and heard.
It allows me to make the world safer and improve systems in ways others can't.
It allows me to bring people's inner worlds to life with my artwork.
My autism
will bring your team important insights.
Thank you for your consideration.
An autistic inclusive workplace is good for business. It's time to make a change. Learn more at autismspeaks.org/win.
Truth Nation, we are excited to celebrate the 2025 Black Family Wellness Expo, which is happening now. Come on down to Thrive on King to receive basic healthcare services such as blood pressure checks and to learn your actual blood type. You can even make a blood donation today and save a life. Join our conversation as we broadcast live for the 2025 Black Family Wellness Expo presented by the Lynx Incorporated and in partnership with Versity Blood Center of Wisconsin. Now, live from Thrive on King, here are your hosts, Kyle Wallace and Bailey Coleman.
And welcome back into the final hour of the Black Family Wellness Expo special broadcast here on the award-winning 1017 The Truth, which is presented by the Lynx Incorporated in partnership with Versity Blood Center of Wisconsin. We are live for Versity Blood Center of Wisconsin here on Thrive on King. We want you to come on down because they have the Black Family Wellness Expo at Thrive on King, located at 2153 North Dr. MLK Drive.
If I may.
Yes, go right ahead.
It's right across the street from G's Clippers. Yeah.
There it is.
Come on. Right across the street.
Yes,
Pepper pot next door.
Go, you can get something to eat after, but it's definitely.
Look, I got to go get me some of them egg rolls.
Yeah, I love me some egg rolls. I'm telling you. And there's so many great resources down here. So come on down or go ahead and come donate some blood as well. But again, thank y'all so much for tuning in. You can watch and stream us live on YouTube, 101.7 The Truth on YouTube. But yeah, go ahead.
And today is free, right?
Today is, what is free?
Coming in.
Oh, it's free, yeah. Everything is completely free. It's a community event.
You know what? Y'all need to come. Come on, bring your kids down here. Let's go. The whole family needs to come down here. There's resources for everybody. Come on in. Get this information.
Yes. Oh, let's do it. Now, me and Bailey were talking about just overall health journeys, right? And the importance of taking our own personal control and dictating our own journey and dictating our own future. And so I just kind of talked about, again, how I had struggled to get under a certain amount of weight, but then when I committed myself, I was able to get there, and I've been able to maintain that as well and try to maintain a healthier lifestyle, which I saw some of my numbers dip down, which overall is a positive for me, because if I can keep these numbers low and stay active and fit, it can lead to hopefully having a long, healthy life. Bailey, do you want to share any information about your personal journey as well?
Kyle, I've had so many health journeys, you know, and I think probably, you know, the best thing that you just said was get a primary care physician. So many black people spend so much time in the emergency room because they don't have a primary care physician that they go and get checkups with, you know, every year.
Really?
Yeah. It's like that's the way of you taking care of yourself instead of, you know, getting that maintenance. It's like you take your car for oil changes, right?
Yes, you sure do.
Just like I did this morning, another issue for another day. But you take your car in for oil changes, and basically you could think of that as what you're doing for your body once a year. Now, there are many things that I have gone through that were caught or were questioned or came into play because I went for my annual checkup. You know, things I wouldn't have known about or dealt with because, you know, if I wouldn't have went for that checkup, nobody would have said, you know, some of the things, you know, what's this, what's that, or, you know, those kinds of things. And so, you know, almost everything that I've dealt with has been related, stress related.
Really?
So we were talking about that, or had some tentacles in
stress.
Yeah. Right? And, you know, just being a single black woman out here by yourself. Yeah. That's enough to stress you out and send you over here and yonder.
I can only imagine.
And add a child into the mix.
Yeah.
And it's a lot.
Yeah.
You know, so, and there's a lot of people that don't recognize that or think, well, it is what it is, and that's true. However, that means that you need to, you know, go out of your way to make sure, don't blow off that appointment because you think, oh, you know, it's just that, an appointment. But I'll tell you, we were talking about stress-related things earlier, and we were talking about, you know, knowing when you're stressed out, you know. And one of the things that I could say is, you know, I don't tell everybody, but it's been 65 pounds within the last 2 to 3 years, give or take. And you know, when I left my prior position at a different company is when it all kind of came full circle to me, for me, and I realized, you know what? I was so stressed out, and I did not even know it, and it changed my whole eating situation, right? You know, I did the weight loss. I did it with help. I did it with, you know, this group text that me and my sister and our friends have.
Yeah.
You know, I did it by, you know, it was different things, you know, hanging out with one of my friends that had to, you know, do a whole weight loss situation himself. And so I was hanging out with him, supporting him, but helping myself too, you know. So I did it by different things just as I went along, but realizing, you know, I began to realize I can control this. This isn't a situation where I'm not in control. You know, it's, you know, I learned how to drink water even more, even better, you know, and how important that component is when you're, you know, losing weight and all kinds of things. And, you know, my guy, Dr. Ian Smith, he got all kinds of books on it. You know, I could call him anytime.
He joined us on 101.7 The Truth.
Yes.
Thank you so much for getting us connected probably at the end of last year, I think it was.
Yeah. And, you know, he's a great friend, and, you know, shameless plug, pick up any one of his books. It'll help you lose weight too. So I did all kinds of things and had, you know, I made up my own support system to do it, you know. But then, of course, again, I didn't deprive myself either. Honestly, I pretty much did what I wanted to, but within reason. I didn't go all out.
Yeah.
You know? But I also realized, you know what, getting rid of some of that stress and finding ways to deal with some of the other stresses that I have. Like every morning, I do like a chair workout.
Really?
Not a whole lot. Not a whole lot. But then at the end of it, taking some deep breaths and taking just a couple of minutes of silence, just quietness.
Yeah.
Just a moment of peace for yourself. You can pray during that time. Whatever you want to do.
Yeah.
Just a couple of minutes to you. It's you know, it's mindfulness. It's being aware of yourself, and you know, getting your prayers in there too. It always helps. It helps me have peace to start the day and to get things going, and that will change a lot of things. You know, because that stress that nags at you from beginning to end of the day, you can get rid of it. You know?
And I think one thing is a lot of times we focus on, and just in general, like as a country, we focus on the have-nots, right? We focus on those who struggle. Like even today, we talked about the food deserts, right? There's so many things where we focus on those who are struggling and don't have access to things. But then on top of that, we got to think of the individuals who are the professionals, who is the majority of black people who are hard-working professionals that deal with a lot of the worldly trauma, but also just the stress of the day-to-day of being an African-American in this country. So just thinking about the fact that we need to have that mindfulness, right? We need to have the inspiration to say, hey, getting somebody who you can be in a group with that can encourage you. Talk about the reduction of stress, talking about mental health, right? Because all these different things is that there's so many people that go through life just going and moving, and I felt like I grew up in a household where it was go, go, go. You know what, Bailey? When I was sick, right? If I woke up with the sniffles, you know what I was told? I was told, go ahead, go to school and try, and if you're sick enough, I'll come get you.
Hey.
Wasn't nobody ever coming to get me. Listen, I just went into the nurse's office, and I would sit there.
I can't believe that. I don't believe that. I know your mom. I met your mom.
Bailey, let me tell you.
I met your mama.
I remember the first day of school I missed in middle school because my brother had a soccer tournament down in Dallas when I was in the 8th grade. He had a soccer tournament down in Dallas. That was the first day of middle school I missed because I went down to a soccer tournament for my brother in December. So they sent me to school every day. Every day. I went to school all the time, but I just think about because the whole point, the reason why I bring that up is because I grew up in a household where it was go, 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 right? And so that's all I know, and a lot of people know is work hard, right? And you don't take the time. And, yeah, you take vacation, you do things, but you don't take the time to just take a vacation day, right? Like, I never forget the first time I took a vacation day to sit at home. Like and now I rarely do it because when I worked at Marquette, they had a policy is use it or lose it. Ain't no rollover. You get X amount of vacation days. If you don't use it, you lose them.
Yeah.
And so I found myself in May and June at the end of the year because in the calendar year for academic, July 1st is the new start year of the new year start date. And so I'll find myself in the month of May and June taking Fridays off or taking Mondays off, and I had nothing to do. And I'm like, wow, this is the first time in a long time that I wasn't like either in school grinding, in grad school grinding, or working, just constantly go. This is the first time where I had a chance to sit down and be like, oh, I have nothing to do, right? And it was so liberating, so liberating.
I got to tell you, I had an epiphany like that, too. I had, this is when I first bought my place, my house. Okay. So I had my house for about 4 years, and had never been home on a weekend.
Wait, what?
Just never. And when I say that, I mean, we were in town, right?
But you didn't wake up and had nothing to do.
Right. Never just been around the house the whole weekend.
Oh, no,
it took like 4 years.
I don't like that.
Look, I was like, I had to tell my son, hey, no, we're going to stay home this weekend. He said, what do you mean? We don't have no place to go? We don't have nothing to do. What do you mean?
He was confused. But you were teaching that same go, go, go mentality.
I was. And you know what? I wasn't raised like that. We was when I was a kid, we was at home all the time.
Was y'all?
Well, there was 6 of us. It wasn't
y'all
we wasn't just going, we wasn't just going to a movie or something.
It's too expensive. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Unless it was a drive-in movie. And y'all don't know nothing about that.
I've heard.
The whole carload going.
I heard.
So no. No, let me tell you, there was none of that.
Yeah, and
we would go for a drive would be our little,
that's the vacation.
That's the vacation.
But
we would go. We would take long drives to like North Carolina and stuff like that for our family reunions and stuff like that. Yeah. Oh yeah, especially for Washington.
Country. Yeah.
It is.
Washington State, not D.C.
Not D.C. State. Over on the West Coast.
All the way down to the southeast.
Yes.
In North Carolina.
Exactly. And you know what, though? Those were some of the most enjoyable times.
Wait, how y'all fix 6 in the car? Y'all take 2 cool?
We took 2 cars. Well, there's more than 2. There's like 4 probably.
Dang.
Yeah, but I mean, there was
caravan.
Just family. Yeah, family.
Yeah, going down there.
Going down.
Great memories. Great memories.
Yeah.
That is fantastic, Bailey. You brought up and talked about primary care physician, and I just want to talk about some of the disparities and also talk about the question of why. Why do people choose not to go to the doctor? I think that's so important to talk about the myths and some of the fallacies and the reasons why we have some fear in being able to actually take care of our health. And so I just want to have a conversation about that on the other side. This is the Black Family Wellness Expo live from Varsity Blood Center, Wisconsin at Thrive on King. The Black Family Wellness Expo is an opportunity for you to come on down here to see the great resources that they have for the community in partnership with, presented by the Links. Again, I want y'all to come on down here to Thrive on King at Dr. MLK Drive. As Bailey said, forget an address, right across the street from G's Clippers. You know how we do. We do Miami, right down right off of North and MLK. G's Clippers across the street. See the beautiful brand new Thrive on King building. That is a community building, but also come and enjoy some of the community resources. Like I said before, I got myself a toothbrush. If you did not know, there is an election coming up. The election is coming up April 1st. They gave me resources on that. I got resources talking about your mental health, first aid, and giving me stats on that. So definitely come on down to find some of these great resources at the Black Family Wellness Expo, presented by the Links and in partnership with Varsity Blood Center of Wisconsin. When we come back on the other side, we're going to have a deep conversation talking about we need to get a primary care physician, but also we need to make sure we are taking care of our health. So we want to kind of demystify the fact that people don't need to go to the doctor or why they don't go to the doctor. But keep it locked. This is the Black Family Wellness Expo special right here on 101.7 The Truth. She is Bailey Coleman. I'm Kyle Wallace. We have some great people who are showing up. Hey, Linda, how you doing? 833-212-1017. Come on down and join us right here. But we'll be back with more conversation on the other side.
More of the 2025 Black Family Wellness Expo presented by the Lynx Incorporated and in partnership with Versity Blood Center of Wisconsin, live from Thrive on King, is next on 101.7 The Truth app, and streaming live on YouTube.
It's Dr. Ken Harris, and you can watch me now live on YouTube every weekday from 4 to 6 p.m., and you can watch the best radio show in Wisconsin by going to 101.7 The Truth on YouTube. Watch me explore the issues which are shaping our community while also having fun discussions, pop culture, current events, all kind of stuff going on right here on YouTube right now by subscribing to 101.7 The Truth. Milwaukee Black Talk is now streaming live on YouTube. It's 101.7 The Truth's Dr. Ken Harris for Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. We talk a lot about the unprecedented quality and service you get from Pella, but talking to the people who work there, you can tell how much they genuinely love what they do. Helping fulfill people's dreams is very rewarding to them, and it shows through their tremendous efforts. Pella consultants take the time to listen to each customer, finding the right solution that works for their home. They know that everyone's situation is different. Maybe you have a historic home you're renovating, or it's a new build with unique finishes. Pella designers can customize windows and doors to perfectly match any one-of-a-kind abode. They're with you from start till finish. It's like having a friend on call throughout the project and beyond. They don't disappear after the sale. Right now, take advantage of windows as low as $32 per month and doors as low as $89 per month. Certain restrictions apply. Ends March 31st, 2025. Get started today at PellaWI.com.
Life's better with American Family Insurance. Because whether it's a family road trip in your dream car or hosting a family reunion in your dream home, we help you feel protected so you can enjoy those dreams with peace of mind. Save up to 23% when you bundle home and auto. American Family Insurance. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. Visit amfam.com to learn how discounts may apply to you. American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI, and its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
Wherever you are in Wisconsin, there's a free and confidential Aging and Disability Resource Center, ADRC, or Tribal Partner Agency. We're here for older adults, adults with disabilities, and your families. ADRCs are a bridge to support for benefits and financial assistance, transportation, in-home care, and more. Get to know your local ADRC and connect with resources today. Call toll-free 1-844-WIS-ADRC or go to findmyadrc.org. Paid for by the Wisconsin Department of Health Services.
Keep your business safe, secure, and spotless with the Omega Security Guard and Cleaning Team. Proudly located in Milwaukee and female-owned, Omega delivers professional security and tailored cleaning services to meet your needs. Whether it's event security or a custom cleaning plan, their dedicated team goes above and beyond to exceed your expectations. Because at Omega, they're not just your service provider, they're your partner in peace of mind. Contact Omega Security Guard today or online at omegasecurityguard.com. Omega Security Guard and Cleaning, protecting what matters most.
You are listening to 2025 Black Family Wellness Expo, presented by the Lynx Incorporated and in partnership with the Versity Blood Center of Wisconsin. Live from Thrive on King on 101.7 The Truth app, and streaming live on YouTube.
Welcome back into the Black Family Wellness Expo, presented by the Lynx Incorporated in partnership with Versity Blood Center of Wisconsin. We are at the brand new Thrive on King building. At the Black Family Wellness Expo is a resource fair with great resources here. You can also come on down to Versity Blood Center of Wisconsin and give the gift of a blood donation to help save a life. And the Thrive on King is located between basically on MLK and North Avenue Avenue, as Bailey has said, across the street from G's Clippers. So come on down to enjoy the great resources they have here. We'll be here until 2 o'clock with our live broadcast here on 101.7 The Truth. I am Kyle Wallace, and I'm joined by Bailey Coleman. And we were just talking about the importance of being very active in your life, taking control of your own health journey. But also, there's something that we have seen and we go through, and my own dad, he actually goes to the doctor, but I think about my uncle. He passed away some years ago, over a decade ago now, and I just remember some of the health things that he was going through because he didn't actually go to the dentist, because he actually didn't go to, the doctor, but he also didn't have the health care to be able to go do that on a regular basis, right? And having family members and people understand the importance of oral health care. But Bailey, I just want to kind of talk about the fact that why don't African Americans why don't we have primary care physicians, and why don't black men go to the doctor?
You know what? I mean, I don't know why y'all don't go to the doctor, but I have told my son once a year, you need to go get that check.
Does he listen?
Yeah, he does.
Okay.
He does. But of course.
But you have black men in your life.
Oh, yeah. You know what? I want to say that most of the men in my family do go to a primary physician and go to the doctor once a year. I want to say that they do, but I know that, for example, one of my brothers has passed away.
Sorry to hear that.
And I know that sometimes we can put off things that, like, if we feel something or there's a pain somewhere or something. Now, I got friends that go lay up anytime there's any kind of little, I felt pain in my ankle, or I felt,
Shoot, I can't afford to be going to the. If I feel a little pain in the ankle, I'm gonna have to wait. I mean, my back was hurting. I said we're gonna have to
wait this
thug it out. We're gonna have to thug this one out. We're gonna do some home remedies.
But I tell you, sometimes people can wait too long, and we have to, one of my friends said it the best. She said, forget that. If there's an ache, a pain, or anything, I'm going to the doctor.
I ain't mad about that one.
Because you never really do know what it is, right?
That's true.
And sometimes, sometimes we can wait too long because of whatever circumstance. We don't want to create another bill.
That's my biggest fear.
I mean, but see, here's the thing. I mean, when it comes down to it, is it the bill? Wouldn't it be worth to incur a little bill or even a big bill if it's saving your life?
Yep.
Because when you come down to it, you only got one life.
Ain't that the truth?
Bills always going to be there.
Unfortunately, too.
They're always going to be there. You're always going to be paying for something. Whether you're rich or poor, you're always going to be paying for something. So you have to think about it. You have to think about your loved ones and everything. And sometimes, that was why when the health care plan that President Obama put in, when that came about, I was happy about that because my brother had he didn't have any health insurance at the time.
Really? This is the health care bill passed probably around, 2013 or 2012?
Yes.
2010, 12, 11, around that time.
But, I mean, there's always, the hospitals have different charity organizations and stuff that often, will work with people, and thank God he was able to get in on some benefit from that. But even sometime in my life, there's been times in my life where, it was a blessing to have because you think about it, if you're really taking care of yourself and you have to take this medication or that medication or what have you, how are you going to pay for all that?
Yeah. Yeah, that's one of the biggest challenges is, for me, I think about being a black man, right? And I do go to the doctor every year. I'm a little late on my yearly checkup this year, but I didn't always go because, again, I was younger.
Right.
And I said, well, I'll go every other year because I'm young. And one thing that we're seeing now is that younger people are starting to get sick.
Yeah.
Right? We're getting more and more sick. And
exactly.
I just hear all these conversations about young people getting sick, and it's shocking when you actually see somebody who gets sick and lose their life when you're younger, because then that's the reality, that immortality is, not real, right? Like it can be you one day, right? And even you can be as healthy as you want, but being able to catch it early is important. But I think about some of the fears that we may have. It may just be honestly coming down to us not valuing it. And we value our health, but we don't value our time. I know the biggest struggle for me was, the reason why I did it every other year was I said, well, I'm young, but on top of that, I got to find time to do it. Right, like I gotta prioritize my own health, as is going to this job every single day is more important than my own health. But we have to understand there's so many detriments to us not going to the doctor, and in fact that men are actually obviously less likely to go to the doctor than a woman is, right? Which could lead to things being undiagnosed, which could lead to eventually, like you talked about, the cost going up. But I think from my perspective is that it just came down to just being lazy, and I feel like it's a stupid thing to be lazy and not prioritize, but it's just lazy and taking it for granted. Because I think about, I got a family member that recently, within the last 2 years, actually got better health insurance, because before they had pretty bad health insurance, really bad. They worked for a place, they didn't have great health insurance, and so every time they had to make a decision if they want to go to the doctor, if they want to go to the dentist, it was like, how much do I want to get ready to pay? I don't make too much money, but then on top of that, so like, is this something I really want to invest in, right?
That can be an issue. It
is detrimental. It is such a deterrent. The cost, money is everything. It is a true cost. And now they can go to the dentist 3 times a year. I'm like, dang, you going to the dentist every month? What's going on? What's happening here? But there is a significant need for that. But we definitely need to encourage our black brothers and sisters, but really black men, to definitely go to the doctor. We have to get rid of this stigma that I'll be all right.
Right.
I'll be all right, or I'm good, or I don't want to find out.
I got to tell you, when I was younger, I had years where I didn't. I'm going to admit the truth. I didn't come up in an environment like that, though. My mom was always like, my mom and my dad, you got to go to the doctor, you got to go to the doctor, get your physical. But, I mean, there were many years where it was like that. I was just like, why? But then as I got older and wiser.
Around what time did you get older and wiser about always wise? At what time did you get older and wiser? What decade of your life did you really decide that going to the doctor was something that you wanted to do more consistently?
Mid-20s.
Mid-20s. That's pretty early. Too,
yeah, that was pretty early. Yeah. But I got to tell you, you have to make that decision. Something, if I would not have gone to my annual physical, there was this thing that was happening to me. And I would try to swallow sometimes, and I couldn't swallow. And so I would,
The way anxiety worked for me now, I wouldn't be able to do that. I'd be like, what's going on?
And so, so it would only happen every once in a while, so I didn't think anything of it. I was like, oh, it's probably just whatever. Probably was just, whatever. And so then when I went to, it began to really bother me. So I went to my primary for my annual, and turns out, my family has thyroid disease.
Oh.
And my thyroid had grown.
Oh, really?
Yeah. For those of you that don't know what that is, that's like the Adam's apple, right? But you couldn't see it. No one could see it. Some people, some people you can see, their Adam's apple or whatever, they're right in there. But no, you couldn't see, and it had grown, and I ended up having to have half of it removed. So, I mean, that was a whole journey in itself. It was a whole different ball game.
Yeah. That is that's good that you actually went to the doctor in order for yourself to find out about that and understand your health, and that's why it's so critical and so important for you to be able to be proactive in your own health journey like that.
Exactly.
And one thing I do, a myth I want to get rid of is the thought of going to the doctor means you weak. Like, I'm tough.
No.
Like this masculinity of thinking that I'm strong, I'm good, I'm gonna gut it out. That ain't, listen, you can be as strong as you want, but if something wrong, something wrong.
Yeah.
And you can think you can be as mentally strong as possible, but at the end of the day, being mentally strong, that can help you get through a lot of situations, but it ain't going to heal you.
No.
It ain't going to make you healthy. It ain't going to make you better. So it's important that we move past that. And I would like to think, especially this younger, your son is in the younger generation, so they probably a little bit different. But I would like to think that my generation, because I grew up with that mindset, like, man, you know what I'm saying? I don't need, but I want to say now that my generation, as we're getting older, we're becoming smarter. Okay. And we're starting to change that myth of not going to the doctor and being able to thug it out means that we are tough. Right. And because I know, I mean, I can't say I know, but that Gen Z generation, seems to say, nah, forget all that. We're gonna take care of ourselves. I don't know if you can speak on that a little bit more.
You know what? That generation is way more, and they're definitely into the mental health aspect.
Oh my gosh, you ain't never lied about that.
I know. Yes, they are all about that life. So they definitely are far more, I feel, into, taking care of themselves, but then they also do a lot of other things that we didn't do. So.
Yeah, I mean, but they also have tremendously more access to information.
Yes,
right?
They have way more. They have way more access to information, and you know what? I mean, you think about it. Their whole world is way different than ours was.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, just information, right?
Yeah.
Like the way they get their information is literally at a click of a phone and a button, right. So they can stay more informed on what's going on, which again allows for them to get rid of that stigma of the belief that maybe, just maybe, you might, it makes you feel a certain way, or you're this person if you do that. So that's the thing that I really love, is that specifically on the mental health aspect, because again, we're talking about health today and Wellness Expo. Mental health is still an aspect, I feel like, for black men and millennial black men. I'm a millennial myself.
Right.
I feel like mental health is still an aspect that we have not been able to fully grasp. We still at this point, because of the way that we grew up, that having a conversation, talking about our mental health and not mentally being okay is different, right? And I remember when I was getting to the age of 30, and I was talking to different people. They were talking about when men get into their 30s, that's when they start kind of having a little bit, you'll see the mental health change. Okay. All the things that you kind of suppressed for a long time kind of fester and come to the top.
Right.
And, I noticed even in my own life, some people that I was around, I noticed that their mental was changing, right? But the problem is that as they were changing, they didn't feel like they had an outlet to have that conversation, right? Because it's not cool to be with your boys and talk about your feelings. I don't care about your feelings, bro. We trying to watch the game. And so I was the friend that was definitely like I'm not trying to sit here and talk about all this, man.
Right.
I can't. But as I got older, and you realize is that some people, everybody has a different range.
Right.
Some people you will see fall off a cliff because all of a sudden they cannot suppress or control the mental health to a point where it becomes something even more dangerous to themselves, right? So until I actually, unfortunately, had to go through an experience with a friend that struggled with mental health to a point where it's, we're talking about, schizophrenia and things like that. Things, suppress at a younger age, you don't have to face it, and then all of a sudden you cannot control your thoughts.
Right.
It really became real to me that it's important to have these conversations, and it's important for people to say it's okay to feel sad.
Yeah.
Right? It's okay to feel lonely.
Yeah.
It's okay to feel like not good enough, because these are feelings. It's okay for black men to feel as if they aren't doing enough, right? That we aren't enough, because it's okay to feel that, but more importantly, it's okay to talk about it.
Yeah.
So you can talk to somebody about that.
Yeah.
So you can have that conversation, and so you don't feel alone, because I feel like a lot of black men, especially, again, I talk about millennials and probably, Gen X and baby boomer. I don't know how baby boomers got by. And the generation before that, they was just living. I don't know how my grandpa and that generation, I don't know how they just said, forget all that, we're going to keep moving, right? But and we just are so much more exposed to it now. Is that I think it's so important for black men to tell other black men about the things they are going through. Be more open about it, so we can have these open conversations and open dialogues about not feeling okay. Right? Because you don't want to keep that inside, because then you have your own thoughts to yourselves and you go through different things. And so, again, I call upon anybody that may be going through anything mental, or know somebody, or ask questions. Like I just saw somebody post on social media about how they had a person that they talk to every single week. Never would have thought it would have been them, and their friend ended up taking their life, right?
Oh, wow.
And that is traumatic, that is sad, and you don't want that to be you.
No.
And so I can only imagine if something like that were to happen in my life, that somebody attempted or something like that happened, how sad that would be.
Yeah.
And question, why wasn't I there, right? And so I'm just calling on everybody to check on everybody's well-being, and I mean for real, especially black men. There's nothing better than asking a black man, are you okay? And not saying a black woman can't do it or a woman can't do it,
right?
But a black man to a black man saying, brother, are you okay? Are we good? Like, hey, I'm here for you.
That's a whole different thing.
Yeah.
Because they're more likely that peer support.
Yeah.
More likely to talk to each other because I mean, that's just the way it is.
We afraid of judgment.
Yeah.
We afraid of judgment. I still to this day, for me, I keep going. You know what I'm saying? Luckily, I'm ask my girl, she may say I'm not stable mentally, but I'm pretty consistent. Like I'm pretty good, which is fantastic. But again, just asking that question and letting somebody, just talk.
Yeah.
It's so important. So important.
Yeah.
833-212-1017. We are live from the Black Family Wellness Expo presented by Links Incorporated in partnership with Varsity Blood Center of Wisconsin. There's still some time. Come on down and see what they have going on here at Thrive on King, which is on around North Avenue and MLK Drive. Also, you can give blood, you can give back, you can donate blood here today. So come on down. Save a life. Also, get exposed to all the great resources. That is the legendary Bailey Coleman who is with me today. I am Kyle Wallace. We'll continue this great conversation on the other side. Keep it locked.
More of the 2025 Black Family Wellness Expo presented by the Links Incorporated and in partnership with Varsity Blood Center of Wisconsin, live from Thrive on King, is next on 1017 The Truth app, and streaming live on YouTube.
From the biggest plays on the court to the comments made in the locker room after, an in-depth recap of every Bucks game in 6 minutes. No more, no less. Bucks in 6 provides game recaps for every game. Hear the high-flying dunks from Giannis.
Puts it on the floor, spins down the lane, and plunges it through.
Or the deep threes from Dame.
Dame time has arrived with 107.
Bucks in 6 on the Bucks Plus Audio Network. Find it now on bucks.com/plus or on Spotify, Apple, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Truth Nation, Gruber Law Offices and The Truth have raised the stakes for this year. The One Call That's All Gruber Cash Giveaway is now a $5K giveaway. Yes, you heard it right. $5,000 giveaway. Every weekday on 1017 The Truth, you will have the chance to be entered to win the $5K giveaway. Listen to The Truth for the One Call That's All cue to call for your chance to win $5,000. Gruber Law Offices, One Call That's All. Visit 1017thetruth.com for official contest rules.
The award-winning 1017 The Truth proudly celebrates Women's History Month. Listen to one of our incredible Truth teammates highlight the remarkable achievements of black women throughout history.
Hi, this is Bailey Coleman from the award-winning 1017 The Truth. For Women's History Month, I want to highlight the woman known as the mother of Black Hollywood, Jennifer Lewis, for the incredible impact she's had on stage and screen for the African-American culture. Now, Jennifer is known for her more than 300 appearances for film, television, stage, and cabaret, performing comedy and drama as an unforgettable lead or a scene-stealing supporting character. Jennifer has established herself as one of the most respected, admired, talented, and celebrated entertainers working today. These days, you may know her best as the hilarious mother of actor Anthony Anderson on the top-rated comedy Blackish. However, Jennifer earned her title as Mother of Black Hollywood by playing the role of Mama to some of Black Hollywood's biggest stars, including Whitney Houston, Tupac Shakur, Taraji P. Henson, and more. Jennifer Lewis has been honored with a host of awards for her work in numerous television shows and films, including the Emmys, NAACP Image Awards, and of course the Black Reel Award for Outstanding Actress in a Comedy Series. Her impact as a stabilizing loving mother figure in films and television has made her a key figure and an unforgettable woman in the Black culture. Thank you to the amazing Jennifer Lewis for her contributions and for being the mother we all had in our favorite films and television shows.
Tune in to The Truth as we celebrate the greatness of Black women all month long. You are listening to 2025 Black Family Wellness Expo, presented by the Lynx Incorporated and in partnership with the Versity Blood Center of Wisconsin. Live from Thrive on King on 1017 The Truth app, and streaming live on YouTube.
Welcome back into the Black Family Wellness Expo here at Thrive on King, presented by Lynx Incorporated and in partnership with Versity Blood Center of Wisconsin. Like I said before, come on down and enjoy a great time and being able to experience some great resources. There were so many people that came down and gave blood and given the life of blood, so that is something that's so important. But something I also want to talk about as well is I want to talk about we talk about health disparities. We hear about all these health disparities, but I just want people to understand how some of these health disparities came about, right? These health disparities didn't just pop up out of nowhere. A lot of it is rooted in, the healthcare disparities that we faced as African Americans in a long history through U.S. policies, but then also racism, right? Racism that negatively impacted African Americans, where we could go to the doctor at, whether we had access, right? If the hospital that was close to us wasn't one that accepted Black patients, you had to go somewhere else as well. And so there's a lot of things, food deserts, where they put the food at, where they allow you to move to. We had so many different policies that were put in place that actually kept us from being able to fully live our lives and, and accurately, help prevent some of these diseases that we have. But just historically, how big of a role do you think history plays in some of the health disparities that we see today?
I mean, it's a huge role. It's a huge role in some of the health disparities that we have. You have different things that have gone on through history of how Black people have dealt with the Tuskegee airmen who had, all the chemicals and stuff injected into them. You have all kinds of things over history, over time, that, that have taken or that have happened to us.
Yeah.
That, think about it. If you're stressed out, just regular stress can get you as an African American, because you're stressed out over whether or not what kind of politics or what kind of situation you're going to have to deal with on a daily basis, where other people don't have to think about that.
Yeah, that's true. Talking about that as well, and you're talking about the Tuskegee syphilis
the syphilis
study where they actually injected people unknowingly with syphilis.
Yes.
And then after you got syphilis, you go back home and you be around your wife or significant other and spread it on to them. And so, yes,
exactly.
And there was never any real recourse. They never kind of had anything that really helped people after that, right? And so the U.S. government has used this as an experiment over and over. But kind of talking about policies in the current climate, I know we had Berthina on from the Cream City, Wisconsin chapter of the Lynx, and talking about, was she concerned that if there was any negative impact when it comes to the current administration, or if it would impact the work that they do. But for you, when you look at the current administration and you look at kind of things in what direction they're going, are you fearful that there's going to be more obstacles and barriers for African Americans to have to overcome in order to live a healthy life?
Well, I definitely think that there will be. But I think that ours will just, what we're dealing with already may compound. You know what I mean? But there are so many other people that are going to deal with the same situation. You think about it. The average African American is sitting back going, yep, that's happening. That's happening too. But are we getting more stressed out about it? Not really, because guess what? We've dealt with these type of controversies all our lives.
Yeah.
All our lives, all our lives. And so now other people, they'll just have to deal with it too.
Yeah,
No,
it is, and I just think about right now When it comes to a lot of the funding and understanding that, we have to understand that there was a long time where there wasn't an emphasis, and probably still isn't enough of an emphasis in understanding the difference between treating patients that come from different backgrounds, right? Everybody is not the same.
Right.
And so being able to do research where you have more African Americans that are part of research studies that are able to help us diagnose African Americans, right? Help treat African Americans. We already struggle with getting enough volunteers,
right?
And now when you potentially take away some incentives, and more importantly, you take away some of the funding that might be out there that might be seen as DEI,
right?
But funding that is out there in order to fund some of this research that can truly save lives, that can make for a healthier lifestyle for people, that is dangerous work that we're doing.
Yes.
Like, that is absolutely dangerous. And so for me, when I think about the health outcomes, when you don't have the United States government working in your favor, trying to make sure that you're not having toxic chemicals in the air that could be damaging your lungs or damaging your heart or causing cancer. Making sure that the food that you consume, the Food and Drug Administration, making sure that the food that we eat isn't, have any type of negative impacts on our lives. Like right now, it seems that we're moving into a time that we no longer have any type of protections that truly will work towards everybody's health, but also think about the fact that we have to make up for lost time in research.
Oh yeah.
And so when we don't talk about the past, we don't talk about history, we only talk about, well, that's not fair. Well, we have to understand, you're right, it's not fair that there's so much money being put into research for Hispanic people, for Asian people, for black people right now. It's not fair that we're doing it now because we weren't doing it 30, 40, 50 years ago, right? That's why it's not fair. It's not fair about the result now. The result now is not fair, but it's basically trying to catch up because at the end of the day, America is a melting pot, and it involves everybody.
Exactly.
And if you are not putting a concerted effort into making sure that everybody has the right to have access to health care, but also have right to, research healthcare, then you're not doing right by everybody here in America. And so that's why I am very concerned about what the next 4 years are going to be for health, because we are seeing universities that are prestigious universities that are known to attract the talent and known to have the professors and the researchers that can help us have breakthroughs, that can help us find these studies that can help for people to have a healthier lifestyle. And instead of focusing on the right thing and making sure that people still have the best in the world, that are trying to find a way to cure diseases, trying to find a way to study on why black people react this way to this and different things like that. Right now, we're making it all a game. Health is not a game, and I think right now that's what's being played.
Yeah, I think absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, come on now. Who do they have as head of healthcare in the country?
A former crackhead.
Boom.
I
mean, come on.
I guess it is what it is. But this is the Black Family Wellness Expo, sponsored and presented by the Links Incorporated in partnership with Versity Blood Center of Wisconsin. She's Bailey Coleman. I'm Kyle Wallace. We are at Thrive on King, which is located close to the cross section of Dr. MLK Drive and North Avenue, across from G's Clippers. Come on down as the expo does wrap up, but come on down and enjoy, because there are great resources here. Because even if you don't have time to find out about all the great resources, you can also get information to stay connected and stay informed. We will wrap up this show on the other side. Again, you are listening to the Black Family Wellness Expo here on the award-winning 1017 The Truth, and we will wrap up the show on the other side.
More of the 2025 Black Family Wellness Expo, presented by the Links Incorporated and in partnership with Versity Blood Center of Wisconsin, live from Thrive on King, is next on 1017 The Truth app, and streaming live on YouTube.
Milwaukee Black Talk.
And Joe Biden wasn't very controversial. He wasn't. Now, he might have done some things in his long, storied past, but if you all have been in the same line of work for 46 years, you probably have done some questionable things too. Joe Biden was a safe choice. He was a level of common sense. He was a level of stability. He was a familiar political commodity. Democrats don't have that right now. Democrats are caught with their pants completely down.
Listen to The Truth with Sherwin Hughes, weekdays from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m.
We expect our judges to be fair, impartial,
to keep us safe. But Brad Schimmel cut plea deals with child pornographers. He blamed underage victims of sexual assault for their bad judgment. And Schimmel joined extreme MAGA Republicans in trying to ban abortion statewide, even for victims of rape and incest. Now he wants us to put him on the Supreme Court, where he could strip away our rights and be a rubber stamp for Donald Trump and Elon Musk. Brad Schimmel, dangerous, extreme, and unfit for the Supreme Court. Judge Susan Crawford knows right from wrong and has spent her life keeping us safe. Crawford protected nursing home patients from identity theft and fought for the rights of workers across Wisconsin. Crawford will always protect our right to choose and is the check and balance we need against Donald Trump and Elon Musk. On April 1st, Judge Susan Crawford for Supreme Court. Paid for by Power to the Polls Action Fund, not authorized by any candidate or candidate's agent or committee.
American Family Insurance is a lot like Captain America. He protects the world.
It's just doing my job.
And we help protect your dreams with amazing auto and home coverage. American Family Insurance. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com. And see Marvel Studios' Captain America: Brave New World.
Suit up. We need to move.
In theaters February 14th. This film is not yet rated.
Products not available in every state. American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI, and its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
Your taste buds are in luck. The Reuben is back at Cousin Subs. Try this classic sub grilled to order just for you. Stacked with corned beef, Wisconsin Swiss cheese, and sauerkraut topped with Thousand Island dressing and served on rye bread. And our delicious mint shake is back. Both the Reuben and mint shake can be ordered via the Cousins app or online for a limited time only. Cousin Subs. We believe in better.
Make history at the amazing 10th annual UNCF Mayor's Mass Ball on March 29th. Join Mayor Cavalier Johnson for an unforgettable evening that will transform lives. Every dollar raised helps promising local students achieve their college dreams through vital scholarships. This premier gala doesn't just celebrate our community, it builds future leaders. Be a part of Milwaukee's most meaningful social event of the year. Reserve your place now at uncf.org/MMB. That is uncf.org/MMB.
You are listening to 2025 Black Family Wellness Expo, presented by the Lynx Incorporated and in partnership with the Verse City Blood Center of Wisconsin. Live from Thrive on King on 1017 The Truth app, and streaming live on YouTube.
Welcome back into the Black Family Wellness Expo, presented by Lynx Incorporated in partnership with Versity Blood Center of Wisconsin. We are located at the beautiful Thrive on King on MLK Drive. As the expo gets ready to wrap up, I always want you to know we are here at the Versity Blood Center of Wisconsin, where you can always give the gift of blood. It is so important to give blood, especially as the summertime is getting ready to come up, because a lot of the blood donations and drives come at schools. Different schools give blood drives, but when school is out during the summer, that's where there is a higher need. So give now, but if you don't give now, you want to give in the future, make sure you give sometime during the summertime to make sure that we are giving and donating blood, because that can help save a life. I am Kyle Wallace, and I'm joined by Bailey Coleman here on 1017 The Truth, and we are so excited to be here, Bailey. And Bailey, as we've just been talking about health, I just want to get some of your final thoughts and the last little nuggets of wisdom you want to give out to people about just advocating and taking charge of their own health journey and health path.
You know, first of all, let me say, shout out to Versity. They do great work. And I've been on their board before, and they do great work right here in Milwaukee. So come out and make sure you donate. First of all, health is one thing that you can't get back. It's like trying to get back time. You can't reclaim time, right?
You cannot.
You can try, but you can't actually reclaim time. You can't get it back. And
reclaiming my time.
Yeah, you hear them, right? You hear them in the legislature saying that all the time, but you can't really actually reclaim time, and you cannot reclaim your health. So it's important that you take care of it. It's important that you're an advocate for yourself, because if you feel like something's wrong and, you know, they're not seeing anything, maybe you need to investigate a little bit more, ask some different questions.
Yes.
You know, sometimes when you go to the doctor, if you have a spouse or someone in your family that you trust enough, take them with you if you're concerned about, you know, something in particular. But for the most part, make sure you get a primary care physician. Primary care physician, somebody that knows you, that knows your body. You can go and see them annually. You can go see them if you got a cold or something's wrong like that. You don't want to end up spending all your time and all that money in the emergency room. Well, it can cost you way less.
Ooh, it sure does.
And you have somebody that, you know, knows you and your body and will deal with you from head to toe, because they're a general practitioner. So if you hurt your ankle or you got a stuffy nose or whatever, you have allergies, they deal with all of that.
And especially right now during flu season. I mean, I know it seems like the RSV and all the flu, everything going on, it seems like right now we've already went through the peak, and we may be coming down. It's just at my job, it seems like there's less people I know who are currently sick right now. But I think that's another thing that's so important, having that primary care physician, because when you have that illness and that sickness where you feel like you need to go to the doctor, being able to go to somebody that you've worked with, who knows your body. They may not know everything about you, but at least they've been able to work with you in the past. That can be so beneficial in trying to get the right diagnosis, because there's so many times you go into urgent care, they give you something, and then you find out you still need another thing. So I agree with that. It's so important to get that primary care physician, but also I think it's so important for those who are listening is to truly take control of your own personal health journey, right? And I think what we really need to do is we really need to focus on identifying what do we want our life to be. We have to identify, can I be consistent? Can I make that sacrifice? And I talked about earlier about the fact that I stopped eating stuff, and I told the story about how my uncle said I need to treat my car like I would a luxury vehicle. Now, I don't drive a luxury vehicle, you know what I'm saying? I drive American made. I love my little Ford Focus. But if I did have a luxury vehicle, I would make sure that I was taking care of it, because it's a large investment. But your body is also a large investment. And so when we think about ourselves, we need to make sure that we're eating healthy, right? We need to make sure that we're going to the doctor. We need to make sure we're having these necessary conversations, because, again, we are not invincible. That is just the facts of life, that we are not invincible. At a certain time in your life, in your 20s, you may think that nothing can stop you. But the older you get, that's when more things pop up. And that's when it's so imperative to make sure that you are taking care of your health. So I want to encourage everybody to make sure that you are taking control of your future and taking care of your health, because health is truly wealth, and wealth can also help you with health too. But more importantly, I want everybody to lead a very, very healthy lifestyle. So Bailey, thank you so much for joining us here today.
Thanks for inviting me out, Kyle. I
Absolutely.
Truly enjoyed myself.
Thank you to everybody who listened today on the award-winning 1017 The Truth. This has been the Black Family Wellness Expo live from Thrive on King, presented by the Links Incorporated in partnership with Versity Blood Center of Wisconsin. Thank you all so much for listening, and have a blessed, great rest of your weekend.
Yes.
Join the movement. Listen to the Tori Lowe Show on 1017 FM, 1510 AM WGKB Waukesha, and W269DL Milwaukee, the locally owned Good Karma brand station.
Here at the new 1017 The Truth, we aim to be a staple in Milwaukee's Black community. We are committed to partnering with local organizations and supporting Black-owned businesses. We are proud to call Milwaukee our city and promise to be a positive reflection of our community. We look forward to celebrating Black culture and excellence with you every day as we make history and continue to uplift the voices in our city. Join us for the journey at the new 1017 The Truth, founded by Gruber Law Offices, Milwaukee Black Talk.
Truth Nation, it's your boy Tori Lowe, and I need to let you know the award-winning Tori Lowe Show can now be streamed live on YouTube every day from 1 to 4. I am now bringing all the smoke on YouTube every single weekday. I need you to go to YouTube right now and subscribe to 1017 The Truth and check out the award-winning Tori Lowe Show live every afternoon. Milwaukee Black Talk is now streaming live on YouTube. Now that's powerful.
Truth Nation, let us talk our ish for a moment. There is no other station in the country where you get a front row seat to hear from some of the biggest names in politics, pop culture, and sports. People like Grammy Award winner John Legend,
knowing that fight isn't over, knowing that we've got to stay motivated and stay inspired. Glory was the song that myself and Common wrote. Two brothers from the Midwest, from Chicago and from Springfield, Ohio.
Oscar award-winning actor Don Cheadle.
I know that we're the bright, shiny thing that sometimes gets the attention, but I would say don't listen to celebrities. You don't have to listen to us. Listen to yourself.
And President Donald Trump's son, Don Jr.
When did we have a strong economy? And I don't think anyone with a straight face can say right now. And the reality, when you look at it, it's not even voting for my father. Look at the team that's now surrounding him.
Tap into the award-winning and nationally recognized 1017 The Truth by downloading the Truth app and streaming us live at 1017 The Truth on YouTube. Milwaukee Black Talk.
When a parent sees their child smile, they see hope. Aleem hoped that his son Rajib would have an easier life than he had. You see, Rajib, just like his father, was born with a cleft. But as a fisherman in a small village in Indonesia,
Justice, Wisconsin, the truth, the most requested advocate in the state. 101.7 FM, the movement continues. Yeah. Milwaukee, stand up. It's Tory Low, the truth. From 1 to 4, we about that action, so tap in and let's go. We want that justice, we want all the smoke. From Monday through Friday, trying to bring the city hope. Yeah. Tory Low from 1 to 4, Monday through Friday, let's go. We bout that action from the block, and we ready, let's go. Tap in, and it ain't no holding back. We ready.
101.7 The Truth. Tory Low Show, live from American Family Insurance Studio at the Avenue. The movement continues. The marathon continues right here on 101.7 The Truth. Thank you for joining me for the second hour of the Tory Low Show. Hey, look, we got a crazy story right here in the city of Milwaukee. We got to stay home today for this story, for a couple stories. We got to stay home. And I'll tell you this. This is why we got to raise an eyebrow when they talk about the youth, the schools, and having, people monitoring the kids in the schools and things like that. Because there's a story out here where a Milwaukee former school security guard has been accused of placing hidden cameras in the girls' locker room. Now, this story is going around. The accused, Fernando Bustos, made his initial court appearance on March 5th. Now, somebody had sent me this story and said, hey, Tory, I need to know how you feel about this. Because you've always been talking about the grown-ups and the student resource officers in school and interacting with kids and things like that. You got to realize these grown-ups are people. They're people interacting. I know we look at the mission statement. I know we look at the badge and we respect the badge. But sometimes people go rogue. And what you want to do is lessen those chances of innocent life being affected. That's why I say, I don't mind having officers around. They just need to be in the front of the school and maybe react to incidents in the school from there, not walking around through the hallways. I'd never